Chapter 1804. In truth, strength was secondary to Fang Chen's strength. Loyalty was the most important thing. Loyalty was the only thing that could truly help him. Fang Chen had only told Little Mouse about his idea. Who would have thought that the three of them would join hands and capture a seahorse alive? "Boss, what do you think of this seahorse?" asked Little Mouse as he pointed at the seahorse he had captured. "Although it's a little stupid, its cultivation is pretty good. It's at the divine spirit realm." Fang Chen was a little surprised, but he still nodded. He had seen seahorses on Earth before. Who would have thought that he would encounter one in the divine world? This seahorse was not something the seahorses on Earth could compare to. Simply put, this seahorse was already a divine spirit realm expert. "You have two choices. Submit to me, or die," said Fang Chen. "You want me to submit? That depends on whether you have the strength to do so," said the seahorse malevolently. It was unwilling to submit. "Oh, so you're saying that if I defeat you, you'll submit to me?" asked Fang Chen with a smile. "We'll talk about it after you defeat me," said the seahorse. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for Little Mouse to release the seahorse. "Make your move." The seahorse's bloated body charged at Fang Chen with all its might. At the same time, a terrifying energy surged out of its body. The law of water has actually reached such a level. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Although the seahorse was only at the divine spirit realm, its usage of the law of water was even worse than his. Crash! The law of water was gentle and unceasing. The seahorse's attack was a continuation of the law of water's power. It was like the water of the East Sea, unceasing. However, Fang Chen was a divine ancestor realm expert. Dealing with the seahorse was easy. Bang! After exchanging a few blows with the seahorse, he threw out a punch and sent the seahorse flying. "You've lost," said Fang Chen as he stared at the seahorse. "Mate, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss," the seahorse said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and took out a spirit-breaking fruit from his chest. He handed it to the seahorse and said, "Since you have decided to follow me, this spirit-breaking fruit is for you." Fang Chen said. When the seahorse saw this, it was stunned for a moment before it was overjoyed. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. If he could consume the spirit-breaking fruit, he would definitely be able to break through to the divinity ancestor realm. The seahorse looked at Fang Chen in a daze, then nodded heavily. "I pledge my life to follow you, Master." The seahorse took the spirit-breaking fruit and said in a deep voice. Then, the seahorse signed a contract with Fang Chen and recognized Fang Chen as its master. "Swallow the breakthrough spirit fruit first," Fang Chen said. The seahorse transformed into its human form and sat down on the ground with its legs crossed as it began to digest the effects of the spirit breakthrough fruit. At this moment, Xiao Huang came over to join in the fun. "Boss, let's call him Xiao Hai from now on." "Xiao Huang, are you still sad that I gave you this name?" Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang rolled his eyes and was speechless. Just like that, the three of them happily decided that the seahorse's name would be Xiao Hai from now on. With Fang Chen's help, the seahorse successfully broke through to the divinity ancestor realm and its aura skyrocketed. "Thank you, Master." The seahorse cupped its fists and thanked him. "You don't have to thank me." Fang Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, the seahorse seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Master, there's something that I don't know if I should tell you." "What is it?" "There's a divine lord realm sea demon in the sea near Jadewave Island. He's extremely powerful. This is his territory and we're all under his control. If you take me away, he won't let you go." The seahorse was a bit worried. After all, its master's cultivation was only at the divinity ancestor realm. "Divine lord realm?" Fang Chen muttered to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. If he dares to come, he can forget about leaving. After breaking through to the divinity ancestor realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased tremendously. However, now wasn't the best time for revenge. Fang Chen was preparing to break through to the Saint realm in the Tao of Formations and return to the easternmost land. That would be the time for his revenge. Finally, Little Mouse and the other three often went to the bottom of the sea to fight with the sea demons. Of course, they wouldn't just randomly catch some sea demons. It depended on the potential of the sea demons. The seahorse's potential was very strong. Not long after it broke through to the divinity ancestor realm, its natural ability had awakened and its strength was comparable to a divine lord realm expert. Time passed. Fang Chen accompanied Star and Moon while studying formations. This was the happiest time that Star and Moon had spent in the divinity realm. However, behind the peace, there were always some waves. On a dark and windy night, the waves in the East Sea were turbulent. A strong gust of wind blew the waves onto the beach, stirring up waves after waves. A crescent moon hung in the sky and shone on Emerald Ripple Island, making it look white and flawless. Emerald Ripple Island was very quiet at night. In addition, Fang Chen had set up a Saint Realm formation. Even if someone approached, they wouldn't be able to easily enter Emerald Ripple Island. Splash! A wooden sword suddenly appeared on the dark surface of the sea. The wooden sword glided so quickly that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a man in green standing on the wooden sword. The man's eyes were deep as he stared at Emerald Ripple Island in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. Has it finally arrived? The man in green said in a deep voice, successor of the Destruction series, are you ready? For so many years, the man in green had been working hard on his cultivation. Ever since he became a heavenly god and awakened his inherited memories, he had been paying attention to the movements of the other 5 successors. Through his tireless efforts, he had successfully found the 3 successors, killed them, and seized their power. Now, the 4th successor had finally appeared. Moreover, it was the successor of the Destruction series who was said to have the strongest attack power. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the wooden sword whistled and arrived at the edge of Emerald Ripple Island. When the man in green was about to step onto Emerald Ripple Island, he exclaimed softly. His consciousness had discovered the Saint Realm formation that enveloped Emerald Ripple Island. I didn't expect the successor of the Destruction series to be a Saint Realm formation master. The man in green sneered. He took out a piece of rune paper from his chest. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm and instantly ignited the rune paper. Hiss! The burning rune paper floated in the sky, illuminating the surrounding sea. Whoosh! When the rune paper was about to burn out, a beam of light instantly shot into the Saint Realm formation. Buzz! A huge ripple appeared on the formation. The man in green put away the wooden sword and entered Emerald Ripple Island as if there was no one there. After seizing the power of the successor of the Destruction series, I can become the strongest below the true god level. The man in green licked his dry lips. He had a heart in his body that was exactly the same as Fang Chen's golden heart. Dong! The moment he stepped onto Emerald Ripple Island, the golden heart throbbed, as if it had sensed the successor of the Destruction series. At night, Emerald Ripple Island was very quiet. Fang Chen and the others had already fallen asleep. Dong! Suddenly, the beating of the golden heart woke Fang Chen up. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. His expression was grave as he looked inwardly at the golden heart. He didn't know what had happened, but the rhythm of its beating was extremely chaotic. I've never experienced something like this before, said Fang Chen. He glanced at the sleeping Star and Moon, then gently stood up and walked out of his immortal cave. Looking up, he saw that the crescent moon in the sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. The entire world was pitch black. Fang Chen jumped onto a piece of bluestone and sat down cross-legged, sorting out his chaotic emotions. It's a very strange feeling. He couldn't describe what he was feeling, but Fang Chen had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen. Fang Chen carefully sensed for a while. There was no problem with the Saint-level array. This meant that no one had snuck into Emerald Ripple Island. He shook his head and muttered to himself, maybe it's an illusion. During this period of time, he had been concentrating intensely, so it was inevitable that he would hallucinate. A cool breeze blew past, blowing on Fang Chen's face, making a rustling sound. After trying hard to calm down for a while, Fang Chen stood up and prepared to return to his immortal cave. Whoosh! However, at this moment, in the dark night sky, a sword light suddenly cut through the dark void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Almost at the same time, Fang Chen's figure disappeared, hiding in the void. Interesting. The man in green appeared in the darkness. With a thought, the wooden sword returned to his hand. Crash. Chapter 1805. Who are you? Fang Chen stared at the man. He could feel a dangerous aura from him. Even a divine Lord Realm expert wouldn't feel this way in front of him. Could this person be a heavenly God Realm expert? Most importantly, he could easily pass through the Saint Grade formation that he had set up without him noticing. This meant that this man should be a formation expert. This kind of expert should not be underestimated. The successor of the destruction system is only SOSO. The man in green carefully sized up Fang Chen and grinned after a long while. The successor of the destruction system. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was shaken, as if a storm was raging within him. He stared at the man in green with his mouth agape. He would be an idiot if he still could not guess the latter's identity. You are one of the 6 successors of Master Gu Yuan. Fang Chen's expression became very serious. The 6 successors were destined to kill each other. In the end, only one could stand at the top of the God world. Fang Chen did not expect this day to come so quickly. The green-robed man standing in front of him was one of the 6 successors. At this moment, Fang Chen came to a realization. No wonder he could enter Jade Wave Island without anyone noticing. Moreover, he could cause the golden heart to beat so violently. Master Gu Yuan is so affectionate. The man in green looked at Fang Chen with a smile. After today, you are not qualified to call Gu Yuan your master. For some reason, Fang Chen felt that the man in green's smile was very dangerous. So you are the successor of the creation system. Fang Chen regained his composure and said in a deep voice. The 6 successors would kill each other. This kind of thing would happen sooner or later. It would happen sooner or later, but it would happen sooner than expected. Since this was the case, they could only fight. But I believe that I will not die in this battle. Fang Chen said confidently. The man in green was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, as if he was talking to his wife, he said slowly, over the years, I have met 3 successors. They all said the same thing as you. But you know the result. The one standing in front of you is me, not them. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't expect this person to have killed 3 successors. In other words, including him, there were only 2 successors left. From this point, one could see the strength of this person. However, this was also good news for Fang Chen. In other words, as long as Fang Chen killed the green-robed man in front of him, he would be able to obtain the power of 4 successors at the same time. This way, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Presumably, Gu Yuan had left behind the 6 great inheritances for the sake of selecting a peerless genius from amongst them. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? The azure-robed man said indifferently, as if he didn't put Fang Chen in his eyes at all. Fang Chen shrugged. He had no choice but to fight. You are quite confident, Fang Chen said. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't be standing before you. The green-robed man smiled. I'm just afraid that things won't go as you wish. Boom. Fang Chen leaped and quickly shuttled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of Emerald Wave Island. This place was far away from the cave where the star and moon rested. He could fight without holding back. Whoosh. The azure-robed man followed closely behind, holding a wooden sword. Why? Are you afraid that our battle will hurt your little lover? Fang Chen ignored the azure-robed man's teasing. His body rippled with a black aura, and the power of the law of destruction instantly surged out. With a thought, the 7 ultimate falling star sword appeared in his hand. The destruction element is known to have the strongest offensive power. I want to see if your attack is as strong as mine. As soon as the azure-robed man finished speaking, the wooden sword in his hand instantly flew out. The trajectory of the wooden sword was extremely tricky. With terrifying power, it instantly arrived in front of Fang Chen. So strong. In a hurry, Fang Chen swung his sword. A resplendent swordlight blocked the trajectory of the wooden sword. Crack. The swordlight instantly shattered, and the wooden sword continued to fly. Crash. The space-time book revolved, and Fang Chen's figure disappeared from where he stood. The azure-robed man hadn't expected Fang Chen to have such a method. Complete concealment. The azure-robed man spread out his divine sense, but he was unable to find any trace of Fang Chen. His expression became completely gloomy. Do you think you can use such a method to fight me? You're too naive. The azure-robed man sneered and opened his palm. Suddenly, a golden heart broke out of his body and floated above his head. A dazzling golden light burst out, and ripples spread throughout the void. Dong. The azure-robed man used the golden heart to lock onto Fang Chen's location, and then he swung his sword. The wooden sword in his hand seemed weak, but its attack power was extremely strong. With a swing of the sword, it directly split the darkness apart, and a dazzling white light burst out. Fang Chen, who was hidden in the void, cursed inwardly. His figure changed his clothes and dodged the wooden sword's attack, but because of this, he was exposed. Dong. The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, and it broke out of his body uncontrollably, confronting the azure-robed man's golden heart. Exactly the same. Fang Chen said to himself. Whoosh. The two identical golden hearts instantly clashed, causing the sky and earth to change colors. Our battle will not be like theirs. The azure-robed man revealed a sinister smile. The battle between the two golden hearts did not distinguish between friend and foe. However, the two of them would not do the same. He wanted to use his absolute strength to kill the successor of the destruction system. Kill. The azure-robed man held the wooden sword in his hand, and constantly swung out sword lights. These sword lights formed a terrifying cylindrical force in the void. 7 stars falling sky. Buzz. On the 7 legendary falling star sword, 7 stars shone with dazzling light. In a breath's time, the light on the 7 stars connected, and then a powerful sword light shot out from the 7 legendary falling star sword. 7 stars falling sky, the pinnacle of cultivation, could strike down the sky. Crash. The 7 sword lights represented the 7 stars. Under Fang Chen's control, the 7 sword lights quickly merged into one. Every time the 7 legendary falling star sword was swung, it could cause the strongest sword light to flash. Strike down the sky. Fang Chen growled, and the terrifying sword light crashed into the cylindrical force. Dong. The earth trembled, and the dark sky was instantly illuminated by the starlight. Crack. When the two collided, cracking sounds could be heard. Cracks began to appear on the cylindrical force. At the same time, Star and Moon, who were sleeping in the cave, woke up instantly. Brother Chen. Almost at the same time as Star and Moon woke up, Xiao Huang and the other 3 also woke up. Oh no, boss is in danger. Whoosh. Whoosh. Xiao Huang and the other 3 rushed over in an instant. What a terrifying aura fluctuation, Xiao Huang said in a low voice. Boss, let us help you. Little Mouse was about to help. Protect you, Don't come over, Fang Chen roared. This was a battle between him and the successor of the creation branch. Outsiders couldn't help, and they couldn't help much. Boom. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The cylindrical force exploded, and the terrifying power swept through the entire Emerald Wave Island, causing the surrounding East Sea to shake. On the ground, cracks spread instantly. Boom. It felt as if the entire Emerald Wave Island had sunk a little. At the same time, Fang Chen and the azure-robed man each took a few steps back. The azure-robed man narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "It seems that I still underestimated you." The sword principle of destruction was known as the sword principle with the strongest attack power. The azure-robed man didn't believe it before, but after seeing it today, he finally believed it. However, he believed that he would be the final winner. 88 I overestimated you, Fang Chen said in a low voice. With the protection of Little Mouse and the other 3, Star and Moon would not be in danger. In this way, Fang Chen could also devote himself to the battle. The azure-robed man licked his dry lips, held the wooden sword in front of his chest, and sneered, "Next, I will let you know what absolute strength is." Boom. The power of the creation branch spread around the azure-robed man in an instant. Wherever the power of the creation branch passed, the withered flowers and plants on the ground were instantly full of vitality. Chapter 1806. If one wanted to deal with the successor of the creation system, it was impossible to succeed with normal methods. Even if he used the immemorial soul refining art, it wouldn't help. Don't forget that this person had devoured the power of the other 3 successors. He had the 4 moves of the immemorial soul refining art. He was much more threatening than Fang Chen. Moreover, they were both successors of the ancient Yuan school. The latter had everything that Fang Chen had. In the process of fighting with this person, Fang Chen already knew that if he wanted to win, he could only rely on the Voidwalker system. A strong power of creation burst out of the man in a blue robe. This level of power to create rules was too shocking. The green-robed man's face was bloodthirsty. He stared at Fang Chen and said, "I'll let you see my creation energy." After saying that, the green-robed man opened his palm and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a rich power of the rule of creation surged into his palm. In the next moment, the wooden sword in the green-robed man's hand emitted a dazzling light. Fang Chen had always felt that the wooden sword was extraordinary. Now, he finally knew. The wooden sword was actually a heavenly divine artifact. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't know who made this wooden sword. No matter what, the blacksmith who could make this wooden sword was definitely a top saint-level blacksmith. It was obviously a heavenly divine artifact, but it looked so ordinary. It gave people the illusion that it could break at any time. Buzz. The wooden sword was surrounded by rich heavenly divine energy. Only heavenly divine energy could unleash the power of a heavenly divine artifact to the extreme. This sword is called Dragon Slayer. It can slay the world. The green-robed man raised his hand. The wooden sword moved with the wind, ready to attack. Boom. When the power in the wooden sword reached the extreme, the green-robed man suddenly flashed. He leaped and floated in the air. At the same time, he slashed with the wooden sword in his hand. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it gave Fang Chen extraordinary pressure. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chen recognized the divine art used by the azure-robed man. It was the immemorial soul refining art that they both possessed. However, this person's immemorial soul refining art contained a strong power of the law of creation. Swoosh, the sword light, which was completely condensed from the power of the creation law, was driven by the wooden sword and shot rapidly towards Fang Chen. The latter was not to be outdone, and he executed the immemorial soul refining art. You're not the only one who has the immemorial soul refining art. I have it too. With that said, Fang Chen pushed the 7 Absolutes Falling Star sword to the extreme. Heavenly God's energy rippled as the immemorial soul refining art was unleashed. The sword moves looked similar, but they contained completely different auras. Star and Moon and the others were shocked to see this. Too strong. Who is this person? Why is he attacking Boss? The little mouse asked in shock. Did you notice that this person's swordsmanship is exactly the same as Boss's? It's just that their auras are completely different, Xiao Huang said. The seahorse was experienced and knowledgeable. He said in a deep voice, Master's swordsmanship is of the Destruction series, while this person's swordsmanship is of the Creation series. Destruction and creation complement each other, but they are completely different. Kill. In the dark night sky, the azure-robed man's wrist shook. The wooden sword instantly changed its posture and shot towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the azure-robed man shouted. All of his power was unleashed. The azure-robed man wanted to let Fang Chen know that although they were both using the immemorial soul-refining art, he could completely defeat Fang Chen. Crack! The 2 primordial sword lights collided fiercely with a deafening sound. Then, the 2 sword lights exploded. The black aura of destruction and the white aura of creation collided in an instant. It was like a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. At the same time, the wooden sword and the 7 Absolutes Falling Star sword collided. Ding! The sound of metal colliding could be heard from the 7 Absolutes Falling Star sword. The frightening power passed through the 7 Absolutes Falling Star sword and into his body. The web between his thumb and forefinger was in pain. Fang Chen's expression was extremely serious. He used all of his strength to block the azure-robed man's attack. There is a difference between heavenly divine artifacts. The azure-robed man sneered. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Although there is a difference, I know more about heavenly divine artifacts than you do. Right after Fang Chen said those words, his consciousness suddenly entered the Seven Absolutes Falling Star Sword and communicated with the sword spirit. Boom! The Seven Absolutes Falling Star Sword exploded with unprecedented power and instantly suppressed the wooden sword. How is this possible? The azure-robed man, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily. He tried his best to pull back his wooden sword. However, he was shocked to discover that his wooden sword was completely suppressed. He was truly unable to understand. His opponent's sword was at most a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, whereas his own wooden sword was a top-quality heavenly divine artifact. The wooden sword possessed an absolute advantage. Why would it be suppressed? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the azure-robed man's mind. He took a deep breath and said with a cold voice, "You are a saint-level swordsmith." At this moment, the azure-robed man's expression finally turned completely gloomy. Boom! The destruction and creation elemental energies completely exploded and dispersed between heaven and earth. Bang! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen used the spacetime book and suddenly appeared before the azure-robed man. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he sent the azure-robed man flying with a punch. The azure-robed man staggered and stabilized his body. He tightly gripped the wooden sword in his hand. His eyes were scarlet red and filled with anger. "Brat, you are forcing my hand." The azure-robed man's body was filled with killing intent. He had originally thought that killing a divine ancestor-level destruction elemental successor would be as easy as lifting his hand. However, it would appear that his thinking was too simple. The destruction elemental sword Dao was known as the sword Dao with the strongest offensive power. How could his successor be weak? The azure-robed man coldly stared at Fang Chen. He admitted that he had underestimated this person. Now, he was qualified to make him go all out. Glancing at the wooden sword in his hand, the azure-robed man's expression was ferocious. He said coldly, "Your strength is truly beyond my expectations. Fortunately, I found you early. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill you even if I had given you some more time. You can't kill me now either," Fang Chen said calmly. The azure-robed man shook his head. Clearly, he hadn't expected Fang Chen to be a saint-level swordsmith. "Do you think that I only have the advantage of a heavenly divine weapon?" The azure-robed man sneered. Although the advantage of a heavenly divine weapon was important, the most important thing was that he had the immemorial soul-refining art sword moves of the other three successors. Fang Chen's heart was also very shaken. He quickly thought of a way to deal with this. This man was too strong and his wooden sword was too strange. If he wasn't a saint-level swordsmith, he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand in the battle just now. Until now, the azure-robed man had not used the immemorial soul-refining art sword moves of the other three successors. Fang Chen had been guarding against this. Voila! Fang Chen used the formation core and quickly set up a saint-level formation. "I've said that saint-level formations are useless against me," the azure-robed man sneered. Then, he used the same method to burn a talisman and easily penetrated the saint-level formation. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. "That's the formation-breaking talisman." Fang Chen's heart was very shaken. Soon after, he finally understood why this person had been able to easily penetrate the saint-grade formation he had set up without him even noticing. It was the formation-breaking talisman. Under normal circumstances, even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to obtain the formation-breaking talisman. The value of such a treasure was comparable to a supreme heavenly divine weapon. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with the formation-breaking talisman in hand, it was equivalent to having a chance to escape. As long as it was a saint-level formation, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the formation-breaking talisman. Fang Chen spread out his hands helplessly. Then, he put away the formation core. Since his opponent had more than one formation-breaking talisman, it was very unrealistic to use a saint-level formation to deal with him. It seemed that he could only rely on the spacetime book to deal with this man. "I think you don't have any more trump cards, right?" The azure-robed man smiled evilly. But I'm different. I still have a trump card. And I believe that as long as I use it, you'll definitely die. Chapter 1807. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the green-robed male's expression changed drastically. Fang Chen saw the subtle changes on his face. The 6 great inheritors, each of them were very powerful. Absorbing the power of 3 heirs was already very difficult to digest. And now, it was very difficult for him to display the sword technique he had absorbed. He had to accumulate power, otherwise, he could not display it. Being seen through by Fang Chen, the green-robed male did not hide anymore. With a flick of his finger, the wooden sword floated in front of him. In an instant, 4 different auras appeared on the wooden sword. Creation, time, space, reincarnation. The power of the 4 great rules gathered together and revolved around the wooden sword, emitting a shocking power. After killing you, I will have the power of the destruction sword Dao. Jiyu Yuan's inheritance will belong to me alone. I will eventually become a cosmos god who looks down on the entire deity world. At this moment, the green-robed male's face was filled with arrogance. His robe moved without wind. His body exuded an extremely vast amount of power. Boss, be careful. Little Mouse shouted inwardly. He suddenly displayed his 4 great innate abilities. Immediately, a purple rat illusion appeared behind him. The purple rat illusion opened its bloody mouth and took a step forward, arriving in front of the green-robed male. Little Mouse's goal was simple. He wanted to destroy the wooden sword. Don't even think about harming my boss. Little Mouse glared at the green-robed male and bit down on the wooden sword. Don't. The sudden scene made Fang Chen anxious. He roared loudly and slashed out with his sword in an attempt to block the green-robed male's attack. Amen, heaven-devouring god rat. The green-robed male had the inheritance left behind by Jiyu Yuan. He was naturally clear about some of the secrets of the deity world. He recognized the heaven-devouring god rat with a glance. His eyes revealed an excited smile. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. It seems that the heaven-devouring god rat is not bad to be my servant. The green-robed male laughed. Dream on. Little Mouse roared. However, a crisp sound reverberated across the entire Jade Ripple Island. No. Fang Chen screamed. He took a step forward and caught the little mouse who had been sent flying. His 4 innate divine abilities were shattered instantly. The purple rat's shadow was also destroyed. The little mouse spat out a mouthful of blood. Its face was pale, and its aura was weak. It was heavily injured. Help me look after him. He fed Little Mouse a few healing pills and then sent him to Star and Moon. Don't worry, we'll definitely protect Uncle Rat, Xiao Huang said loudly. Star and Moon's pretty face was filled with worry. Her fair hands were clenched into fists as she prayed that Fang Chen would be able to defeat his opponent. Die. Finally, the green-clothed man's strength had accumulated to a certain extent. Facing Fang Chen, he let out a sinister laugh. Soon after, his right hand grasped the hilt of the wooden sword that floated in front of his chest. All of a sudden, the power of the 4 great rules went berserk. Primordial soul-refining art, create. The green-clothed man performed the 4 moves of the primordial soul-refining art in succession. The first move was creation, the second move was time, the third move was space, and the fourth move was fate. Space-time book. Fang Chen activated the space-time book to the extreme. The space-time aura surrounded his body, and his figure instantly disappeared. Whoosh! A doppelganger was separated from Fang Chen's body. Go deal with the time and space moves. Fang Chen ordered his doppelganger to deal with these 2 moves, and he would deal with the remaining 2 moves himself. Doppelganger, I'll destroy it as well. The green-clothed man controlled the wooden sword, and his figure shuttled quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 7 legendary Starfall sword performed the primordial soul-refining art. The destruction sword move collided with the creation sword move, and a deafening sound erupted. The destruction sword move broke the creation sword move. What Fang Chen faced was actually only the reincarnation sword move. Among the 6 great rules, the reincarnation rule was the most illusory. When the reincarnation rule was cultivated to the extreme, It could control a person's reincarnation. It was very terrifying. Kill. Fang Chen's figure hid in the void. It's useless. The reincarnation rule can seep into your primordial spirit. You can't avoid it. The green-clothed man sneered. Indeed, as the green-clothed man said, although Fang Chen hid, the reincarnation rule power still penetrated the void and seeped into his primordial spirit. No. Fang Chen roared and struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. His eyes gradually became blurred, as if he had fallen into the reincarnation cycle. At the same time, Fang Chen's doppelganger controlled the time and space rules, and tangled with the two-sword moves. Damn it. He thought that the two-sword moves could instantly kill the doppelganger, but the green-clothed man was wrong. One person actually has 3 laws. How impressive. The green-clothed man couldn't help but admire Fang Chen's potential. However, potential alone was useless. Reincarnation, life and death. He held the wooden sword in his hand and constantly waved out sword light, trying to destroy Fang Chen's primordial spirit. On Earth, there was a child who had a smooth journey after making his move. When he was in his 20s and attending university, he was struck by a giant golden sword that fell from the sky and transmigrated to the ancient sword continent in a daze. On the ancient sword continent, this man had displayed astonishing talent. Step by step, he rushed out of the ancient sword continent and wandered the outer universe. Finally, he became the strongest person in the lower realm. Then, in order to find his wife, he entered the divine realm. He fought all his life, but in the end, he died in the hands of the Holy Light religion. Boom. Fang Chen's figure was shattered in the battle with the Holy Light sect, and his body and Tao dissipated. Dong. Fang Chen's primordial spirit suddenly shook. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Is this reincarnation? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He fell into the light of reincarnation and could see the past and the future. However, he was not sure whether the future he saw was real or not. No, I can't die. I still have a lot of things to do. Fang Chen's obsession was too deep. A terrifying murderous aura emerged from his heart. Suddenly, the power of reincarnation that shrouded his primordial spirit was shaken back. When Fang Chen's body and mind returned to reality, the man in green's wooden sword was already at Fang Chen's throat. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He used the time-space book and his figure instantly disappeared. The man in green did not expect that Fang Chen would break through the reincarnation cage so quickly. Damn it, I don't believe that you can hold on for long. The man in green continued to use the reincarnation sword move. The power of reincarnation law shrouded Fang Chen. Fang Chen desperately resisted, but every time, he would fall into the reincarnation cage. Fortunately, his heart was too firm, so he was lucky enough to escape. I can't go on like this. Now, Fang Chen could only use the time-space book to fight the enemy. Time passed. The battle between Fang Chen and the man in green entered a white-hot stage. The man in green's eyes were bloodshot. The dark sky had completely lit up, and then darkness shrouded it again. Just like that, the battle continued for several days. 7 days. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights. It was very time-consuming for the man in green to maintain the power of reincarnation law for a long time. Phew, damn it. After fighting fiercely for 7 days, he still couldn't kill this guy. Instead, it was his own consumption that couldn't make ends meet. Crash. Seeing the man in green stop attacking, Fang Chen appeared and stared at him. I'm really curious. You actually have such a magical concealment method. The man in green said slowly. Drops of tears fell from his forehead. If I'm not wrong, you should be cultivating the space-time cultivation system. Only the space-time cultivation system could be so traceless. You know quite a lot, Fang Chen said with a smile. In the realm of the gods, who doesn't know that the bone progenitor of the Sky Bone Palace is the creator of the space-time cultivation system? The man in green panted. Since you know, then you should know that with your strength, you can't kill me. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Even if your reincarnation law can stop me. The green-clothed man gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. I admit that the reincarnation law alone can't completely lock you down. However, Chapter 1808. He still had a trump card. Fang Chen's heart stirred. He stared at the green-clothed man to confirm if he was lying. After watching for a while, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He saw a determined look in the green-clothed man's eyes. There were only two possibilities in this situation. First, the green-clothed man really had a trump card and was very confident in dealing with him. Second, the green-clothed man wanted to fight to the death with him. To be able to force me to use such a trump card, it's no exaggeration to say that among the younger generation of the divine realm, there are almost no prodigies who can compete with you, the green-clothed man said in a deep voice. The aura around his body shook, and the power of the creation law surged. Some of the injuries on his body were instantly healed. This was the terrifying thing about the successor of the creation branch. Unless you could really hit his vital gate, otherwise, you couldn't kill him at all. Healing was very simple for the successor of the creation branch. You're also very powerful, Fang Chen said. He also relied on the space-time book to barely block the green-clothed man's attack. Without the space-time book, the consequences would be unimaginable. Originally, I could easily kill you. But I never thought that you were actually a space-time cultivator. The green-clothed man said in a deep voice, the space-time cultivation system is the most important inheritance of the bone progenitor. It won't be easily taught to outsiders. Thinking about it, you should be his disciple. But after today, you will become history. After a while, the green-clothed man's strength was almost recovered. He then put the wooden sword away. He took out a palm-sized wooden pigeon from his arms. Wooden pigeon. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and carefully observed the wooden pigeon. This was a wooden pigeon made of pure wood. Its appearance was very simple, like a child's toy. However, Fang Chen didn't underestimate it. Boss, that wooden pigeon contains the heavy water of destruction. The pangolin guarding the little mouse shouted loudly. Hearing that, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Heavy water of destruction. Such a simple wooden pigeon actually contained the heavy water of destruction that even the true gods were afraid of. How is this possible? Fang Chen felt incredulous. His eyes widened as he stared at the wooden pigeon. Not bad, at least you have some knowledge. The green-robed man held the wooden pigeon in his hand and grinned. The material used to make this wooden pigeon is the hardest material in the divine world, the iron dragon wood. In the entire divine realm, only the iron dragon wood is tough enough to withstand the corrosion of the heavy water of destruction. Hearing the azure-clothed man's words, Fang Chen finally understood. Such a small wooden pigeon was actually made of iron dragon wood. No wonder it could store the heavy water of destruction. However, when he thought of the heavy water of destruction, Fang Chen's scalp went numb. He could not even block the annihilation cold water completely. How could he block the heavy water of destruction? Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. On the other side, the azure-clothed man played with the wooden pigeon in his hand. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Say your last words. As Jiu Yuan's disciple, I can help you fulfill a wish." The azure-clothed man seemed to be certain that Fang Chen would die without a doubt. Actually, it was understandable. How could a small heavenly god block the heavy water of destruction? Even the azure-clothed man himself did not dare to touch the heavy water of destruction. It was something that could freeze his primordial spirit instantly. Because of this trump card, the azure-clothed man was fearless even if he faced a true god. Even if he could not win, he could protect himself. Presumably, those true gods would not risk their lives for the sake of a weak heavenly god. I have never thought of things like last words, Fang Chen said with a smile. He had already calmed down. You are just putting on an act. I want to see how you block my heavy water of destruction. After saying that, the azure-clothed man flicked his wrist and gently pulled a mechanism on the wooden pigeon. Suddenly, an extremely cold water flow flowed out of the wooden pigeon's body. Splash! The sound of the water flow was shocking. The temperature of the air on Emerald Ripple Island instantly dropped to the lowest. So cold. Star and Moon could not take it anymore and quickly retreated. Pieces of ice appeared in front of Fang Chen. Snowflakes danced in the sky. It is more than 100 times more powerful than the annihilation cold water. Fang Chen's body shone brightly. 36 types of ice-type nomological laws instantly erupted and surrounded his body, barely blocking the terrifying cold air. Kill. Following the azure-clothed man's low growl, the heavy water of destruction that flowed out of the wooden pigeon's body tore through the void with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was frozen in an instant and lost its senses. However, Fang Chen quickly reacted. Spacetime Book. The 17-level Spacetime Book was activated to the extreme. His body instantly hid in the void. It is useless. The heavy water of destruction can destroy space. So what if you hide? The azure-clothed man laughed maniacally. The wooden pigeon in his hand continued to fight and the heavy water of destruction flowed out. The entire Emerald Ripple Island was invaded by the cold air. The flowers and grass on the ground were instantly frozen. Even the nearby East Sea was almost frozen by the terrifying heavy water of destruction. The heavy water of destruction was something that even true gods were afraid of. Fang Chen did not dare to resist it no matter what. Once he was touched, his primordial spirit would definitely shatter instantly. It is too terrifying. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He did not dare to imagine how strong the heavy water of destruction was. He frantically activated the Spacetime Book and desperately escaped. Behind him, the heavy water of destruction was constantly destroying the void and chasing after him. You can't escape. Seeing Fang Chen being chased by the heavy water of destruction, the azure-clothed man laughed loudly. The battle was finally over. Although he had lost a trump card, it was worth it to be able to destroy the successor of the destruction system. Boss. Xiao Huang's body suddenly flashed and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. Splash. Xiao Huang opened his mouth and instantly spat out the cold water of annihilation that was hidden in his stomach. The cold water of annihilation instantly collided with the heavy water of destruction. Hiss. Without any resistance, the cold water of annihilation was blasted away. Dong. At the same time, Xiao Huang's body was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction. Xiao Huang. Fang Chen turned his head, bared his teeth, and roared angrily. Boss, leave quickly. Under the heavy water of destruction, Xiao Huang said these words with difficulty and then disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet and burning with anger. However, there was nothing he could do about the heavy water of destruction. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and shuttled his body, his speed reaching the extreme. As long as he could escape the range of the heavy water of destruction, he would be out of danger. At this moment, there was only one thought in Fang Chen's mind, and that was to travel through the void. Spacetime Book. The Spacetime Law and Space Law were activated to the extreme. The two merged together and suddenly increased Fang Chen's speed again. I can't die. I still have to protect you. Fang Chen's heart was filled with obsession. It was unprecedented. He stimulated his potential to the extreme and the Spacetime Book was activated like never before. You can't escape. The azure-robed man controlled the wooden pigeon and said coldly. Boom. The heavy water of destruction completely froze Xiao Huang and the latter's body fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Huang. Seahorse and Pangolin quickly ran over and carried Xiao Huang. At this moment, Xiao Huang was extremely weak and hanging on to his last breath. Xiao Huang, you will be fine. Seahorse and Pangolin said in a deep voice. Ah. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen let out a long roar. The Spacetime Book was activated to the extreme. He quickly went around the heavy water of destruction and rushed towards the azure-robed man. Kill him and we will be able to survive. Fang Chen had no way out and could only take the risk. Only by killing the azure-robed man could the heavy water of destruction stop chasing after him and resolve the crisis. For you, for my brother. Fang Chen shouted in his heart and rushed towards the azure-robed man recklessly. The azure-robed man sneered and the wooden pigeon in his hand spun quickly. The heavy water of destruction tore through the space and stopped Fang Chen. Hurry up, faster. Seeing that the heavy water of destruction behind him was about to catch up, Fang Chen shouted anxiously. The azure-robed man's face was full of smiles. The outcome was already decided and it was futile to struggle. No, I can't accept this. Fang Chen shouted and rushed forward crazily. Buzz. Suddenly, the spacetime law and the spacetime law around him changed. At the same time, his mind suddenly became clear. Chapter 1809. Luck begets luck. The time and space rules blended together in a strange way, allowing the final bottleneck of the spacetime book to be successfully broken through. Crack. Crisp sounds could be heard coming from his body. The 18th level of the spacetime book was completed. Fang Chen, who had fallen into madness, gradually calmed down. An excited smile appeared on his face. Rumble. At this moment, the heavy water of destruction behind him suddenly attacked. Spacetime. Fang Chen said softly. Suddenly, his figure disappeared without a trace. The heavy water of destruction instantly flooded the area where Fang Chen was, destroying the space there until there was nothing left. However, there was no trace of Fang Chen. What's going on? The man in green's expression changed drastically. He controlled the wooden pigeon and quickly searched for Fang Chen. I don't believe that you can avoid the attack of the heavy water of destruction, the man in green said coldly. He wantonly controlled the heavy water of destruction and tore the space, trying to force Fang Chen out. However, Fang Chen seemed to have evaporated. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The man in green controlled the wooden pigeon and roared crazily. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was hidden in the void, quietly watched this scene. His mind was filled with a strong space-time aura. I see. Fang Chen finally understood why he had been unable to complete the 18th level of the space-time book. He had just reached a life and death crisis and had fallen into madness. However, the space-time book had successfully broken through the bottleneck. He was really lucky. The 18th level of the space-time book has been completed. The time and space rules have been blended. With a thought, I can completely blend into the void. Even the heavy water of destruction can't find me, Fang Chen said to himself. Previously, he had only blended into the space. Now, he had blended into the power of the rules. The entire space of the God realm had endless power of the rules. The power of time and space rules were everywhere. As long as there was a place with the power of the rules, Fang Chen could blend in. The heavy water of destruction could only destroy the void, but it could not destroy the nomological power born from heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the entire Emerald Wave Island was destroyed, it would definitely not be able to find Fang Chen. The space-time shape cultivation system can be considered to have reached a higher level, Fang Chen said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen decided to put this matter aside and deal with the azure-robed man first. Take away his wood pigeon and use the heavy water of destruction to deal with him. Fang Chen thought to himself. This was the only way to kill the man in green. Fang Chen silently arrived in front of the green-clothed man. While the green-robed man was not paying attention, he snatched the wooden pigeon. No. By the time the green-robed man sensed it, it was already too late. He stretched out his big hand, but grabbed nothing but air. How is that possible? The green-robed man's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen in disbelief. I'll let you have a taste of the heavy water of destruction. Fang Chen played with the wooden pigeon and instantly controlled the heavy water of destruction. The wooden pigeon was made of a special iron dragon wood. Furthermore, it was filled with heavy water of destruction. It did not need to recognize an owner. Whoever had it could use it. Therefore, the green-robed man's heart tightened. You. The green-robed man took out his wooden sword and tried his best to kill Fang Chen. Heavy water of destruction. Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, the wooden pigeon controlled the heavy water of destruction and blasted it at the green-robed man. No. Although the green-robed man tried his best to resist, it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction as miserable cries sounded. Star and Moon and company heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they were still at a disadvantage and could lose their lives at any time. They did not expect the tables to turn in the blink of an eye. Master! Seahorse cried out excitedly. Pangolin was also very excited. Hiss! The heavy water of destruction was too powerful. Without the spacetime book, the green-robed man could not resist it at all. In a few seconds, the green-robed man's essence soul dissipated. His body fell to the ground softly and lost all signs of life. Crack. At the same time, the battle between the two golden hearts in the sky also ended. Fang Chen's golden heart defeated the green-robed man's golden heart and then devoured it. Then, the golden heart returned to Fang Chen's body. Crack. The clone shattered the two sword moves and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Phew, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His face was full of fatigue. Star and Moon rushed over and carefully sized up Fang Chen. "Brother Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Fang Chen said. His gaze fell on Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. "Boss, quickly save Xiao Huang," Little Mouse said weakly. Compared to Xiao Huang, Little Mouse was only slightly injured. It was not fatal. Xiao Huang was different. He used his body to block the heavy water of destruction and was severely injured. However, just as Fang Chen was about to save Xiao Huang, the latter's body changed. "What's going on?" Fang Chen was a little confused. "No, Xiao Huang seems to be undergoing nirvana." Little Mouse's eyes widened. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly said, "An adult royal ant can easily devour the annihilation cold water. A true god-level royal ant can resist the heavy water of destruction." Although Xiao Huang was severely injured by the heavy water of destruction, he seems to be undergoing nirvana rebirth. This is a good thing. Hearing that, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Huang was fine, it was fine. Xiao Huang's luck is too good. Not only did he survive the heavy water of destruction, but he can also undergo nirvana rebirth. If he succeeds, his strength will definitely soar, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded. He controlled the wood pigeon to absorb the heavy water of destruction. This battle had consumed a lot of heavy water of destruction. However, there was still some left. He would leave it for Xiao Huang. He could also use Xiao Huang as a trump card. "All right, it's fine now. Go back and rest." Fang Chen activated the Formation Eye and set up a new Sage Formation to envelop Emerald Wave Island. After 7 days and 7 nights of battle, Fang Chen was a little tired. After returning to the cave, Little Mouse was recuperating. Xiao Huang was undergoing nirvana rebirth. The pangolin and the seahorse were staring at the two of them. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and said, I need to rest for a while." "Brother Chen, go ahead and rest." Star and Moon sat at the side obediently. After successfully killing the inheritor of the creation system and absorbing his power, Fang Chen had yet to properly comprehend it. Buzz. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt the difference in the golden heart. 5 different powers. There were 5 different powers circulating in the golden heart. The pressure that was faintly emitted was enough to make a heavenly god feel pressured. What a powerful power! In the following time, Fang Chen began to fuse these 4 different powers. At the same time, he also needed to receive the inheritor of the creation system's immemorial soul-refining art. The battle on Emerald Wave Island had alarmed the surrounding seas. Many sea demons were so scared that they didn't dare to approach. After 3 days, Fang Chen had completely fused the 4 different powers. Of the 6 inheritors of the laws, only he and the inheritor of the destiny system were left. "This azure-robed man saved me a lot of trouble." Fang Chen grinned. After receiving the power of the 4 inheritors, the golden heart became even stronger. Moreover, the immemorial soul-refining art now had 5 moves. Its power increased by a lot. I wonder where the inheritor of the destiny system is. The laws of destiny were very profound. It was said that it could see through a person's destiny. It was very mysterious. After experiencing this battle, Fang Chen didn't dare to underestimate the inheritor of the destiny system. Although he had the power of the 5 inheritances, the divine world was very big. If it weren't for the Book of Spacetime's sudden breakthrough, the victor might not have been certain. Even Empyrean goddess Lian Yi wouldn't be able to block all 5 moves of the immemorial soul-refining art. Fang Chen smiled. Originally, he didn't have absolute confidence in getting revenge. But now, it seemed that things had become much easier. Fang Chen stood up and stretched. "Brother Chen, you're awake." The purple-robed star and moon looked at Fang Chen with a blissful smile. How are Xiao Huang and the others? Fang Chen nodded and hugged star and moon. Xiao Huang is still undergoing nirvana. His situation is very good. As for little mouse, he's a heaven-devouring divine mouse. Those injuries aren't much of a problem for him, said Star and Moon. Brother Chen, are you all right? Star and Moon tightly held Fang Chen's hand. Don't worry. Nothing like that will happen again. After saying that, he pressed his lips against Star and Moon's forehead. Chapter 1810. After experiencing an intense battle, Fang Chen's life had calmed down. Every day, he would accompany the Star and Moon and occasionally forge some heavenly divine artifacts. With his current level of forging, he could easily forge a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. It wouldn't take long for him to forge a mid-grade heavenly divine artifact. On this day, Fang Chen finally decided to upgrade the quality of the hidden star sword and the red glass sword. After all, the 7 ultimate falling star sword belonged to someone else. It wouldn't be easy to use it. Upgrading the quality wasn't difficult for Fang Chen. He had a large number of divine artifacts in his Sumeru ring. He could just take out some divine artifacts and melt them down as materials. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any mistakes in the process of upgrading the hidden star sword, Fang Chen deliberately took out a few top-grade divine artifacts and melted them down. After a quarter of an hour, the top-grade divine artifacts were melted down successfully. Next, he would upgrade the quality of the hidden star sword. Buzz. Fang Chen waved his hand and the heavenly sword platform was lit up with flames. As expected, the hidden star sword was successfully upgraded in just a few breaths of time. The hidden star sword emitted a series of sword hums. It was very pleasant. Fang Chen held it in his hand and could feel a trace of destructive aura emerging from the hidden star sword. Not bad. Fang Chen nodded. Although it couldn't be compared to the 7 ultimate falling star sword, it was at least a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. Red glass sword. Fang Chen willed and the red glass sword appeared in his hand. The quality of the red glass sword was slightly lower and the process of upgrading it was more time-consuming. However, it was successfully upgraded to a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. Main body. The doppelganger came to the front of the heavenly sword platform and cupped its fist to the main body. Fang Chen handed the red glass sword to the doppelganger with a smile on his face. Heavenly God Lian Yi and the Zhu clan patriarch, which one of them wasn't a peak heavenly god powerhouse? Their foundation was profound. Not only was there a gap in divine techniques, their heavenly divine artifacts were also far ahead. Fang Chen didn't dare to act rashly. Only when he was fully prepared would he dare to fight with the Lotus Mountain and the Zhu clan. You won. Fang Chen gently stroked Star and Moon's silky hair and said softly, I will be going into seclusion to comprehend the Tao of Arrays and strive to break through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Brother Chen, don't worry and go into seclusion. Star and Moon smiled knowingly. Before Fang Chen went into seclusion, he called Little Mouse and the other 3 over and warned them not to wander around and cause trouble. After that, he began to cultivate in seclusion. The Tao of formations was extremely vast. In fact, from a certain perspective, it was much more difficult to create a formation than to forge a sword. That was because when the Tao of formations was cultivated to the pinnacle, the attack power would also be extremely strong. There weren't many saint-level array masters in the divine world. Anyone who could become a saint array master was basically an honored guest of some major forces. Even a huge power like the Skybone Palace would fight to rope him in. A saint-level array master was able to set up a heaven and earth isolation array formation. In their formation, they were the only masters. There were several types of saint-level formations. The simplest one could only trap a divinity ancestor realm expert. The more powerful ones could trap a divine lord. As for the most powerful ones, even heavenly gods would be wary of them. Although Fang Chen was only a master-level array master, the formations he set up with the help of the formation eye had already surpassed the first level and were approaching the second level. He was confident that after entering the saint level, he would be able to set up a third-level formation. This was also his greatest trump card against heavenly god Lian Yi. Fang Chen was surrounded by the aura of formation Tao as he pondered hard. Fang Chen was immersed in a vast ocean of formation Tao. He was carefully analyzing the structure of each formation and coming to a conclusion. Cultivating the Tao of formations was a long process. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. This seclusion lasted for 3 whole years. Fang Chen's aura seemed to have become much stronger, but he still didn't come out of seclusion. Apart from cultivating every day, Star and Moon would quietly watch Fang Chen from afar. As long as she could see Fang Chen, she would be very happy. As for Little Mouse and the others, they were bored and often snuck into the East Sea to fight with some sea monsters. Gradually, the 4 of them made a name for themselves in the waters around Emerald Wave Island. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, the strength of Little Mouse and the other 3 was exceptionally powerful. Xiao Huang, in particular, had been reborn a year ago and reached the heavenly god realm, surpassing Little Mouse and the others in an instant. The royal ant tribe's freakish potential was also gradually revealed. After this rebirth, Xiao Huang had completely absorbed the annihilation frigid water in his stomach. He could even withstand a little of the heavy water of destruction. Ha ha ha, how exciting! Little Mouse chuckled. In a certain part of the East Sea, the 4 little guys were floating in the air and moving forward quickly. I wonder if that old thing dares to accept the challenge, Pangolin said. Who cares? After today, the 4 of us will take over this part of the sea, Xiao Huang said in a domineering manner. For 3 years, they had been causing trouble in this part of the sea and finally angered the leader of the sea. The sea monsters that were sent out were all defeated by them. As a result, the leader of the sea monsters was furious and set a time and place with the 4 of them to settle everything once and for all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, the 4 of them saw a barren island floating in the distant sea. We're here. Xiao Huang was the first to step onto the island, and the other 3 followed closely behind. TSK, how dare you come? A huge sea monster had been waiting there for a long time. It was the leader of this part of the sea, a heavenly god realm sea monster. Old thing, how dare you provoke the 4 of us? Are you tired of living? Little Mouse was belligerent and wanted to attack immediately. However, he was stopped by Xiao Huang. Old thing, draw a line. Whether it's a one-on-one or a group fight, we'll take you on until the end. Xiao Huang was the strongest. He stood at the forefront and looked at the huge sea monster coldly. The huge sea monster looked at the 4 of them angrily and emitted a cold, murderous aura. I alone am enough to deal with the 4 of you. The huge sea monster's body suddenly trembled and a crashing sound was heard. Like a tsunami, it instantly roared and roared. Kill. With Xiao Huang as the leader, the 4 of them attacked with all their strength. Dong. Dong. Xiao Huang's attack directly hit the huge sea monster's body and forced it to retreat. Too weak. Godly rat, royal ant, seahorse, and pangolin. After 3 years of tempering, the 4 of them were not afraid of even a top heavenly god realm expert when they joined forces. Not to mention a huge sea monster that had just advanced to the heavenly god realm, they were not afraid at all. The battle was just like what Xiao Huang said. They took the initiative as soon as the battle started. Soon, the huge sea monster was at a disadvantage. Damn it! The huge sea monster roared angrily. Some of its subordinates on the barren island wanted to help when they saw this, but they were stopped by the huge sea monster. Bang! After an hour of fierce fighting, the huge sea monster was defeated. Old thing, how was it? Xiao Huang asked. The huge sea monster shook its huge body and got up from the ground, staring at the 4 of them. I lost. You can leave. The grudge between us is written off. The huge sea monster finally gave in. Only after experiencing it did he understand that the 4 of them were too talented. Old thing, if you meet the 4 of us in this sea next time, it's best to take a detour, Little Mouse said proudly. The 4 of them returned triumphantly, leaving behind the huge sea monster with a helpless expression. After returning to Bibo Island, the first thing they did was to find Star and Moon. Sister-in-law, boss still hasn't come out of seclusion? Little Mouse asked. Star and Moon shook her head. Brother Chen is in seclusion this time to break through to the Saint Realm. I'm afraid he won't come out until he reaches the Saint Realm. How boring. It's already been 3 years, said Xiao Huang with a grin. It's only been 3 years. I was trapped in the heavenly god's ruins for countless years without saying anything. The Tao of formations is incomparably vast. Stepping into the Saint Realm is not something that can be done overnight. However, with Master's potential, he'll definitely be able to come out in less than 10 years, said Seahorse. Little Hai, I dare to bet with you that Boss will come out in less than 10 years, said Little Mouse. Do you dare to bet? If you lose, you're not allowed to call me Little Hai in the future. How about it? Chapter 1811. Day, night, the 4 seasons changed. As long as nothing major happened, the structure of the deity world would not change. This cosmos epoch still had a few billion years before the Great Apocalypse. The apex experts of the deity world were all seeking an opportunity to break through to the cosmos god realm. Reaching their level, few things could attract them. Only the opportunity to break through to the cosmos god realm could attract them. The cosmos god realm was a supreme existence in the legends. In this cosmos epoch, not a single person had reached that stage. Countless epochs ago, the strongest experts in the deity world could still touch upon the cosmos god realm. But as epochs changed, the cosmos changed greatly. Great changes had taken place in the universe, and the cultivation environment of martial artists was also imperceptibly changing. And now, it was almost impossible to step into the cosmos god realm, unless a miracle happened. Even so, there were still many experts advancing dauntlessly. Green Ripple Island. Unknowingly, 7 years had passed since Fang Chen entered closed-door cultivation. 7 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to a powerhouse. The higher one's realm, the less they felt time. During these 7 years, Fang Chen's body would occasionally emit a resplendent aura of the array Tao. Sometimes, it could even alert Star and Moon and Little Mouse. It's already been 7 years. I wonder when Boss will break through. Little Mouse said thoughtfully. There were still 3 years left before the bet with Seahorse. He believed that Boss would exit closed-door cultivation before 10 years. Seahorse was full of smiles by the side. Ha ha ha, I'll definitely win. It's only been 7 years. What are you so happy about? Xiao Huang poured cold water on him. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness as she stared at Fang Chen. This young and tall figure brought her endless joy. Brother Chen. Star and Moon softly muttered. Hong suddenly, Fang Chen, who had not moved for 7 years, trembled. The entire Green Ripple Island was filled with a wild array Tao aura. You won. Boss is about to wake up. Little Mouse excitedly shouted. At this moment, the aura of array formation around Fang Chen was extremely dense. Circle after circle of ripples appeared on his body. His mind was filled with a wild comprehension of array Tao. Huala. After 7 years of arduous cultivation in the Sea of Formations, he finally comprehended the crux of entering the Saint Realm. Rumble in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen broke through to the Saint Realm. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. Swoosh, the formation eye seemed to have realized something, and immediately shot over from afar, flying in front of Fang Chen. The latter abruptly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying golden lights. His palm gently stroked the eye of the array as he said softly, "You know me best." After saying that, Fang Chen waved his hand and the formation eye was sucked into his body. Then, he refined it and made it his own. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chen withdrew his aura, stood up, and turned to look at the Star and Moon. Brother Chen. Star and Moon was very excited. She rushed to Fang Chen and hugged Fang Chen with both hands. I've kept you waiting for a long time, Fang Chen said softly. I'm willing to wait, Star and Moon said. Ha ha ha, Lil Hai, you've lost. Little Rat, Little Yellow, and the pangolin laughed out loud. Only the seahorse had a bitter look on its face. What were you guys betting on? Fang Chen asked. Boss, we were betting on whether you would be in seclusion for more than 10 years, and Little Hai lost, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen smiled. Star and Moon had been very lonely for 7 years. But now, it was finally okay. She quietly leaned in Fang Chen's arms, feeling the warmth of his chest and happiness. Brother Chen, are we going back? Star and Moon asked softly. You too? Fang Chen lowered his head and looked at his beautiful wife. He nodded slightly and said, yes, it's time for us to go back. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everything that had happened back then was still vivid in his mind. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi had announced that she was not suitable for Star and Moon. At that moment, Fang Chen's heart was as cold as ice. He secretly swore that when he became powerful one day, he would definitely take revenge. Star and Moon wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Fang Chen stroked Star and Moon's face and smiled. Don't worry, I have confidence. I'll listen to you, Brother Chen. Star and Moon obediently lay in Fang Chen's arms. Is that so? Fang Chen chuckled. A moving scene appeared in his mind as he looked at Star and Moon with golden eyes. Brother Chen. Star and Moon wanted to resist, but when Fang Chen's body came into contact with hers, she suddenly became powerless. Soft gasps could be heard incessantly. Everything was ready. They only needed to wait for Fang Chen's order to return to the easternmost land for revenge. However, Fang Chen still had some worries in his heart. Before revenge, I still have something important to do. Don't panic, Fang Chen said. Boss, what are you going to do? Little Mouse asked. You guys stay on Bibo Island and protect I'm going to the center of the East Sea, Fang Chen said. Boss, we'll go with you, Xiao Huang said. No, you guys stay and protect Fang Chen said solemnly. Little Mouse's eyes flashed. Boss, how about this? You take Xiao Hai with you. After all, he grew up in the East Sea and is very familiar with the geography of the East Sea. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment, then left with Xiao Hai. On the surface of the turbulent sea, the seahorse asked, Master, where are you going? Do you know that there's a myriad sword island in the center of the East Sea? Fang Chen asked. Of course I do. Boss, you're not going to Myriad Sword Island, are you? The seahorse's eyes widened. Fang Chen nodded. The seahorse gulped. Boss, that Myriad Sword Island is extremely dangerous. It's said that there's a madman on that island. Even heavenly gods would find it very difficult to escape. Furthermore, I've heard that there's an expert imprisoned on that island. That madman is the one guarding that place, said the seahorse. Hearing this, Fang Chen was even more certain. U3, Myriad Sword Island was the place where Realm Master Fu Mo was imprisoned. Back in the lower realms, Fang Chen had promised Realm Master Fu Mo that he would definitely rescue him once he entered the God Realm. However, he was too weak after entering the God Realm, so he hadn't taken action. Now that he was strong enough, it was time to fulfill his promise. That's right. Let's go to Myriad Sword Island, said Fang Chen. Although the seahorse was very afraid of Myriad Sword Island, it still brought Fang Chen forward at high speed. The East Sea was extremely vast, and it was much larger than the God Realm. The distance between Jadewave Island and Myriad Sword Island was even greater. With Fang Chen's speed, it took him 3 months to reach the vicinity of the Myriad Sword Island. Floating above the sea, Fang Chen looked at a large island in the distance. Master, that's Myriad Sword Island. Do you see the swords stabbed into the island? It's said to be the Myriad Sword Formation. Once you enter it, it'll be very difficult to escape, warned the seahorse. Boss, don't be rash. Don't worry. How can a mere formation block your master? Fang Chen smiled. He saw the Myriad Sword Formation. It was a third-layer saint formation, and its killing intent was extremely dense. Master, the formation is secondary. The most important thing is that madman, reminded the seahorse. How much do you know about that madman? Asked Fang Chen. The seahorse shook its head. I've heard other sea demons say that the madman on Myriad Sword Island will go crazy once every year. Every time he goes crazy, his strength will explode. In the past, there were experts who believed that there were cultivation resources on Myriad Sword Island. They wanted to check it out, but that madman heavily injured them and forced them to flee. From then on, the name Myriad Sword Island resounded throughout the East Sea. He goes crazy once a year. Fang Chen frowned. He was very puzzled. Unfortunately, the hidden demon realm lord had provided him with very little information. Otherwise, he should have been able to guess that madman's identity. "Leave this place first. Wait for me on a distant island," said Fang Chen. "Master, be careful," warned the seahorse. Fang Chen leaped into the air above Myriad Sword Island. 88 swish. All of a sudden, rays of sword light burst out from the void. Void sword formation? Fang Chen's lips curled up. His body rapidly moved at an unimaginable angle. The sword light in the void was unable to touch his body. Myriad Sword Island really is extraordinary. Chapter 1812. On the Myriad Sword Island, tens of thousands of swords stood in great numbers, carrying monstrous sword chi. In the sky above the Myriad Sword Island, there was a sword formation of the void. Even if an ordinary divine realm expert entered the Myriad Sword Island, they would not be able to break through these formations. Fang Chen was a Saint Realm Array Master, so he easily passed through the sword formation of the void and arrived in front of the Myriad Sword Formation. An expert who could set up the Myriad Sword Formation was not only a Saint Realm Array Master, but also an extremely high achievement in sword principle. Fang Chen vaguely felt that the madman on the Myriad Sword Island seemed to be an expert in sword principle. "Go through." Fang Chen glanced at the Myriad Sword Formation in front of him, thinking about how to pass through. Opposite the Myriad Sword Formation, there was a mountain peak. Even from so far away, Fang Chen could see that there was a giant sword on the mountain peak, which seemed to be suppressing something. Realm Lord Fu Mo's original body should be under the giant sword. Fang Chen frowned and said to himself. He was a little confused. According to Realm Lord Fu Mo, he was killed by a villain, which caused his original body to be permanently suppressed on the Myriad Sword Island. However, the information he gave him did not mention this madman at all. What's going on? For a moment, Fang Chen fell into confusion. However, he still planned to pass through the Myriad Sword Formation first. The 10,000 swords formed a third-level Saint Realm array. Whoosh! Fang Chen jumped and entered the Myriad Sword Formation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from the 10,000 swords and shot toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen abruptly raised his hand and gently extended 2 fingers. Immediately, he caught the sword chi that was shooting at him at high speed. I see. The operation of the Myriad Sword Formation was very complicated, but Fang Chen was a rare genius in sword principle, so he quickly saw through the formation. He slightly exerted force with his fingers, and with a crack, the sword chi was suddenly broken. Then, Fang Chen's figure kept flashing. Every time his foot landed, he would step on a giant sword. The giant sword he was standing on was the most important foundation of the 10,000 swords formation. Not long after, Fang Chen had passed through more than half of the Myriad Sword Array. His figure shuttled through the Myriad Sword Array quickly. At the same time, a heart-wrenching roar came from the mountain opposite the 10,000 swords formation. What's going on? Fang Chen, who was breaking through the 10,000 swords formation, frowned slightly. He raised his head and squinted at the mountain peak in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a person with disheveled hair in front of the huge sword. He was hugging his head with both hands, and he seemed to be in great pain. The heart-wrenching screams were coming from his mouth. Crazy. Fang Chen finally saw the legendary madman of the Myriad Swords Island. This person's voice contained a power that could shake one's origin soul. If it weren't for Fang Chen's firm mind, he would have been bewitched. What's going on? Fang Chen really wanted to understand why this person went crazy once a year. Thinking of this, his speed became faster and faster, and he soon passed through the 10,000 swords formation. Boom! There was a slight ripple in the 10,000 swords formation, and then it calmed down. Although the process was not thrilling, Fang Chen knew that the 10,000 swords formation was very powerful. Even if it was him, he could only barely set up a 10,000 swords formation. Up! Fang Chen jumped, and his figure shuttled through the void, and in a moment, he arrived at the mountain peak. Boom! As soon as he reached the mountain peak, he felt a terrifying power attacking him. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He activated the space-time book and his figure directly disappeared. Crash! His figure appeared behind the madman. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was a broken sword in the madman's head. Where the broken sword was, There was pitch-black blood. This is, Fang Chen's heart trembled. This broken sword was very strange and emitted an evil power. What shocked him even more was that the madman was able to survive with the broken sword in his head. Ah! The madman hugged his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. His face was hideous, as if he was in great pain. You too, Fang Chen stood in the distance, quietly watching. The madman's madness lasted for about half a day, and finally gradually stabilized. Okay. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Who are you? The madman stood up, his face gloomy, and said coldly. Senior, I came here to find an old friend. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. Your old friend is not here. Since you can pass through the sword formation of the void and the 10,000 swords formation, quickly leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As the madman spoke, his body emitted a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This person was actually a top heavenly god expert. And from the aura emitted from his body, he was not weaker than heavenly god Lian Yi. Why would such an expert who had the chance to become a true god be here? Senior, Junior's old friend is under this mountain peak, suppressed by the giant sword. Fang Chen hurriedly said. The madman coldly snorted and suddenly slashed out with his palm. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from his palm and stabbed towards Fang Chen. Destruction sword move. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the ancient soul refining ART's destruction sword move. The terrifying black sword light fiercely collided with the madman's sword light and exploded. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The madman was surprised, and then said in a deep voice, Who are you? Junior is Fang Chen. Before Fang Chen could finish, he was interrupted by the madman. Your talent in the sword Dao is the strongest I have ever seen. Don't make a mistake. The madman coldly said. Senior, why are you here? Fang Chen clenched his teeth and said, according to my observation and some information I heard from other places. If my guess is correct, Senior going crazy once a year must be related to the broken sword on your head. Boom. The madman's aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack. Perhaps Junior can help you. Fang Chen hurriedly said. Suddenly, the madman's aura disappeared. For the first time, he looked at Fang Chen. You dare to speak such arrogant words at such a young age. If my problem could be solved so easily, I wouldn't have been trapped on Myriad Sword Island for so many years. The madman sneered. You three, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The madman had finally spoken about his situation. Senior, you also said that Junior's talent in the sword Dao is very strong. The broken sword on your head is very evil. It seems to be related to the Holy Light Temple. Fang Chen continued. Hearing this, the madman's hostility finally dissipated. He sat down on the stone and said, You said your old friend is suppressed here? Yes, Junior is an ascender from the lower realms. Junior's old friend's true body is suppressed here, while his avatar fled to the lower realms. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of World Master Fu Mo unexpectedly. The madman nodded. Yes, there is indeed a heavenly god suppressed under this sword. However what? Fang Chen asked. This giant sword is the real reason why I stayed on the Myriad Sword Island, madman said. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the sword. He carefully observed it, but he couldn't find any connection between the sword and the madman. The auras of the two swords seemed to be somewhat similar. Fang Chen frowned. His divine sense enveloped the sword as he carefully observed it. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. He still didn't understand. Junior is slow-witted. Senior, please enlighten me. Fang Chen humbly asked for guidance. Do you really want to save your old friend? Asked the madman instead of answering. Fang Chen nodded. Even if my life is in danger, I still have to save him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Without him, I wouldn't have my current accomplishments. We sword cultivators should know how to repay favors. Fang Chen deliberately mentioned sword cultivators in order to get closer to the madman. As expected, when the madman heard the word sword cultivator, he looked up into the sky, seemingly lost in thought. After a long time, the madman sighed and said, Why? Your potential is extraordinary, and if nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely have a place in the God realm in the future. Why do you want to get involved in this flood? Senior. The madman waved his hand, interrupting Fang Chen's question. Then he leisurely said, "Have you ever heard of a sword cultivator called the Heavenly Sword Ancestor?" The Heavenly Sword Ancestor? Fang Chen's eyes widened. Of course I've heard of him. His name is like thunder in the entire divine realm, said Fang Chen. Chapter 1813. It could be said that in the younger generation of the divine realm, if the Heavenly Sword Ancestor said he had the greatest potential, no one would dare say they were second. Fang Chen slowly told him about the Heavenly Sword Ancestor that he had read in books. After listening, the madman laughed at himself. I didn't expect that after so many years, the divine realm still has the legend of the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, said the madman. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would the madman suddenly mention the Heavenly Sword Ancestor? Fang Chen had a bold guess in his heart. He looked at the madman with a burning gaze and then hurriedly asked, "Senior, you wouldn't be the missing Heavenly Sword Ancestor, right?" "How do you know?" The madman didn't refute. Instead, he asked Fang Chen why he thought so. Fang Chen straightened out his thoughts and then said, although the Heavenly Sword Ancestor was only a divine ancestor back then, his potential was unparalleled in the divine realm. In particular, his potential in the Sword Tao made even true gods sigh. Just when everyone thought that the Heavenly Sword Ancestor was a rising peerless monster, he suddenly disappeared. He disappeared without a trace overnight, and since then, no one has ever seen him again. Later, some people even suspected that some true god powerhouses were afraid that the Heavenly Sword Ancestor would grow, so they secretly killed him. Fang Chen faintly said. While speaking, he was also observing the madman's expression. Senior's attainments in the Sword Tao should be very strong. Other than the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, I can't think of anyone else. Furthermore, since Senior took the initiative to ask about the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, I think my guess is most likely correct. The madman turned his head and looked at Fang Chen. Yes, I am the Heavenly Sword Ancestor from back then. The madman calmly said. However, Fang Chen's heart was greatly shaken. A storm was raging in his heart. If the madman really was the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, then why had he quietly disappeared all these years? And why had he come to the Myriad Sword Island? Senior. Back then, it was because I showed off my ability that I was targeted by the Holy Light Religion. For me, Holy Light Religion has really gone through a lot of trouble. For a full 18 years, they tricked me into coming to the Myriad Sword Island. In that battle, Holy Light Religion dispatched 3 heavenly god realm powerhouses to deal with me. In the end, I killed one of them and was heavily injured by the other 2. Then, I was poisoned, the madman said slowly as if he was recalling his past. Everyone thinks that there's a madman on Myriad Swords Island who goes crazy every other year. But they don't know that every time they go crazy, it's because they can't control the GU poison, madman said. Fang Chen was very shocked. In order to deal with the Heaven's Sword sect, the Holy Light Religion actually dispatched 3 heavenly god realm powerhouses. U1, moreover, one of them had even been killed by the Heaven's Sword sect in the end. He could imagine how intense the battle had been at that time. Then why haven't you left all these years? Asked Fang Chen. The madman shook his head and bitterly smiled. He pointed to the broken sword on top of his head and said, because my potential is too strong, causing Holy Light Religion to want me to surrender. Unfortunately, I would rather die than submit. They implanted the GU poison in my body to force me to join Holy Light Religion. The broken sword above my head and the huge sword on the ground are alphabet swords. Although they implanted the GU poison, they were worried that if I returned to the God realm, their plan would fail. Therefore, they used this broken sword to suppress me. As long as I leave the huge sword for 1,000 miles, my body will explode and I will die. Who am I? I'm a member of the Heaven's Sword sect. Naturally, I won't submit. All these years, I've been fighting against the GU poison. At the same time, I've been thinking about how to escape from this place. I want revenge. I'm not willing. I want the remnants of Holy Light Religion to receive the punishment they deserve. The madman coldly said. His words were filled with cold killing intent. Fang Chen quietly looked at the madman. The hatred that had accumulated for countless years was suddenly released. The madman's complexion also became a lot better. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Your old friend was originally innocent. Unfortunately, when he was suppressing me, he was discovered by Holy Light Religion. Fortunately, he hid quickly, otherwise he would have already died. However, because of this, he was permanently suppressed by the huge sword." Fang Chen understood. So that's how it was. In the past, when the hidden demon realm master fought against an expert, he was schemed against and suppressed here. Originally, he still had a chance to escape, but unfortunately, he encountered Holy Light Religion. Fang Chen sighed and shook his head. Holy Light Religion was too hateful. There were traces of them everywhere. "Senior, how can I help you?" Fang Chen asked. The Heaven Sword sect was an outstanding figure among sword cultivators. His attitude toward the sword Dao was worthy of the respect of all sword cultivators. "Why do you want to help me? Is it because I'm pitiful?" The madman self-deprecatingly said. "Because you are the Heaven Sword sect, the most admired genius of all sword cultivators," Fang Chen solemnly said. Perhaps it was because Fang Chen's words had aroused the arrogance in the madman's heart. Or perhaps it was because of his hatred towards Holy Light Religion. Regardless, the madman told Fang Chen everything that happened here. Madman was controlled and could not leave the Myriad Sword Island. You too, according to logic, he should be thinking of ways to let others enter the Myriad Sword Island before sending the news back to the deity world. But he did not do so. So it turned out that all of this was done by Holy Light Religion. The Void Sword Array and the Myriad Sword Array were constructed by experts from Holy Light Religion. Unless one was a true god, it was hard for others to come here. True god experts were all seeking the opportunity to step into the cosmos god realm and would not move outside. This resulted in the madman being trapped here for a long time. Fortunately, it was Fang Chen. If it were other experts, they might not be able to pass through the Void Sword Array and the Myriad Sword Array. "Your potential in the Tao of Sword isn't any weaker than mine." Madman sighed. "Senior, according to what you said, these two swords are alphabet swords. Only by completely destroying both swords at the same time can we be safe." Fang Chen asked. Madman nodded. "That's right. The alphabet swords resonate with each other. It is impossible to be slightly slower. Furthermore, you should understand what it means to completely destroy them. Even if you use your strongest attack, you will only be able to destroy its form. You will not be able to destroy its sword spirit." As a saint-level swordsmith, Fang Chen naturally understood this. "Thus, I have given up. Only a true god expert can do it." Madman sighed. Despair was more frightening than anything else. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "That might not be the case." "Oh, you have an idea?" Madman looked at Fang Chen. He felt that this person was not ordinary. "Senior, please wait for a moment." Following that, Fang Chen began contacting Little Mouse and Xiao Huang, who were on the Jade Ripple Island. 3 months later, the two little fellows arrived at the sea region outside the Myriad Sword Island. "You three, boss, we are here," Little Mouse transmitted. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen stood up and said, "Senior, I'll go pick up my two brothers." With that, Fang Chen left the Myriad Sword Island and quickly came back with Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. "Ha ha ha, boss, why did you call us over in such a hurry?" Little Mouse was very curious about the Myriad Sword Island. "Senior, I think my two brothers can solve your problem," said Fang Chen. At this time, Xiao Huang and Little Mouse noticed Madman's existence. "Boss, who is he?" Little Mouse's eyes widened. "He is from the Heavenly Sword sect," said Fang Chen. "The two of them." Madman was a bit doubtful. But after Fang Chen's simple explanation, he no longer doubted them. Instead, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. "Senior, he is a heaven-devouring divine rat. I think you should have some understanding of them." Fang Chen pointed at Little Mouse. "Heaven-devouring divine rat." Madman's heart shook. The heaven-devouring divine rat's devouring ability was unique in the divine world. He is from the Imperial Ant clan and possesses annihilation frigid water. Fang Chen said, My idea is to have the two of them attack the two swords at the same time. Little Mouse can devour the broken sword while Xiao Huang can use the annihilation frigid water to destroy the giant sword. Senior, what do you think? Madman's face revealed a trace of a smile. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, but his reason told him that it wasn't enough to succeed. Madman shook his head. Although the annihilation frigid water is strong, it's only strong at freezing souls. It's a bit difficult to instantly destroy a sword spirit. Oh, I forgot to mention it. What if it's annihilation heavy water? Fang Chen suddenly thought of the wooden pigeon on his body. What annihilation heavy water? At that moment, Madman couldn't hold it in anymore. His body was trembling and he was really excited. Chapter 1814. After hearing the words heavy water of destruction, the madman was overjoyed and couldn't help but smile. Although the annihilation cold water was very strong, he wasn't 100% confident that it could save him. But now, with the heavy water of destruction, there wouldn't be a problem. Seeing the madman's joy, Fang Chen took out the wooden pigeon and handed it to Xiao Huang. You control the heavy water of destruction. You must destroy it as soon as possible. Boss, don't worry. Ever since he was reborn, Xiao Huang had a great interest in the heavy water of destruction. He held the wooden pigeon excitedly. Senior, can we begin? Fang Chen asked. The madman nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and said, in a while, when you guys act, I will control the power in my body to protect my Yuan spirit. Fang Chen nodded and signaled Little Mouse and Xiao Huang to start. Boom. The little rat used its innate ability, Devour. The purple rat shadow suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the giant sword that was stuck in the ground in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Huang controlled the heavy water of destruction in the wooden pigeon and wrapped it around the broken sword above the madman's head. Hiss. The corrosive power of the heavy water of destruction was too strong. The broken sword couldn't resist at all and was instantly destroyed. Roar. Little Mouse also used its innate ability. Suddenly, the purple light on its body surged and the power in its body revolved, directly destroying the huge sword. Splash. The smoke dissipated and the madman suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. After being trapped here for countless years, the madman's mental state had reached an unimaginable level. Only his cultivation had been restricted and couldn't break through. But now, the broken sword that suppressed his Yuan spirit was completely destroyed. The madman's Yuan spirit quickly healed. At the same time, the madman's aura suddenly rose. Is he going to break through? Fang Chen looked at the madman and was shocked. Yuan, the commotion caused by the madman was very strong and affected the entire Myriad Sword Island. At a certain moment, the madman's body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword that was stabbed into the ground. Breakthrough. The madman roared as a terrifying black aura emanated from his body. This was the power of the law of destruction. He was trying to break through to the legendary True God realm. True God, this is the first time I've seen one. Little Mouse opened his eyes wide and looked at Madman. Retreat quickly, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he quickly retreated to the foot of the mountain. Several tens of thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Sword Master was already a peerless genius. After being suppressed for countless years, he has accumulated enough. Now that his primordial spirit has been released, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes a true divinity. However, even though he said that, Fang Chen was still very shocked. Rumble in the sky, the power of lightning surged. Thick bolts of lightning bombarded the body of the Sky Sword Grandmaster. Such a scene lasted for a while. An hour later, the sky returned to normal. The Heavenly Sword Sect's clothes were a little tattered, and his hair was a little messy. He laughed heartily. Our Heavenly Sword Sect has returned. These words of the Heavenly Sword Sects were filled with endless killing intent. He returned with his own stubbornness and unyieldingness. He would definitely take revenge for the blood feud with the Holy Light religion with his own hands. Whoosh! The aura of the Heavenly Sword Sect's body was unimaginable. It imperceptibly brought a lot of pressure to Fang Chen. You guys come up. The Heavenly Sword Sect smiled. Fang Chen quickly returned to the mountain and cupped his fists. Senior, Congratulations on successfully stepping into the true God realm. It's all thanks to you that I was able to escape. The Heavenly Sword sect's attitude towards Fang Chen was very friendly. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long I would have been trapped here. Senior, even if I didn't appear, with your talent, it wouldn't be long before you stepped into the true God realm. At that time, you could still leave calmly. Fang Chen said. The Heavenly Sword sect nodded and said, wait a moment. I'll release your old friend. The current Heavenly Sword sect's Heavenly Sword sect had already become a true god. Looking at his strength, he could be considered a top expert in the entire divine realm. He waved his hand, and immediately, a weak fluctuation drilled into the ground. Not long later, a Yuan spirit light ball was pulled out from the ground. You too, Realm Master. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw this. He hastily called out. You're Fang Chen. Realm Master Fu Mo's main body had been destroyed. Only his Yuan spirit was left, struggling at death's door. Although his avatar was in the lower realm, there was still a trace of a connection. From the connection, he learned about Fang Chen. Realm Master, are you alright? Asked Fang Chen. The Realm Master shook his head. My physical body has been destroyed, but my Yuan spirit is still fine. I just need to find a suitable physical body. Kid, although your old friend's Yuan spirit is damaged, it's not a big problem, said the Heavenly Sword sect's Heavenly Sword sect. Many thanks, Senior. Fang Chen thanked him. Master Heaven's Sword waved his hand and said, why are you being so polite with me? This is the first time in countless years that I've been so happy. I'll be returning to the deity world soon. Where are you going? Asked Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. Fang Chen kept Realm Lord Fu Mo's primordial spirit and said, I'm also preparing to return to the divine world. Alright, let's go together. The trip to the Myriad Sword Island went smoothly. Fang Chen and Master Heavenly Sword traveled together. They first arrived at Emerald Ripple Island to pick up Star and Moon before returning to Hanhai City. Little friend, I still don't know your name. Sect Master Heavenly Sword asked. Senior, this junior's name is Fang Chen, said Fang Chen. The Sky Sword Grandmaster nodded and said, let's part here. If you need anything in the future, just crush this jade slip. After saying that, Master Heaven's Sword took out a jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen. Even after being trapped for tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Sword sect was still in high spirits. Now that he had become a true god, his momentum was shocking. On the second day after he parted with Fang Chen, a piece of news shook the entire easternmost land. U3, a well-hidden stronghold of the Holy Light religion in the easternmost land, was uprooted by a mysterious powerhouse. All the remaining members of the Holy Light religion were wiped out, including the protectors of the Holy Light religion. The Holy Light religion suffered a great loss in this encirclement. Hearing this news, Fang Chen knew that it was Master Heavenly Sword's doing. Boss, the Hanhai Armory seems to have revived, said Little Mouse. Then let's go and destroy them, said Fang Chen. Hanhai City, City Lord's Mansion. The Lord of Hanhai City sat in the meeting hall with a serious face. Below him, the Chamber Master of Artifact was anxious. My lord, the Jew family is too despicable. They used this method to deal with us. The Chamber Master of Artifact said in a deep voice, if this goes on, we will be completely destroyed. Recently, the Jew family had been supporting the Hanhai Armory. Even the Lord of Hanhai City did not dare to attack the Hanhai Armory. All of a sudden, the Hanhai Armory was revived and suppressed the Chamber of Artifact. This made the Chamber Master of Artifact extremely anxious. Master Schwer had disappeared for almost 10 years without a trace. The Chamber of Artifact did not have any divine weapon refiners, so they could not fight against the Hanhai Armory. However, just as the two of them were getting anxious, a servant suddenly rushed in. My lord, something big has happened. What is it? Asked the Lord of Hanhai City. Today, the Hanhai Armory was attacked by a mysterious powerhouse and was completely destroyed. The elders of the Jew family were all killed. This matter shocked the entire Hanhai City. It will not take long for the Jew family to send powerhouses to investigate this matter. The Hanhai City cannot get away with it, said the servant. Hearing this, The chamber master of Artifact and the lord of Hanhai City widened their eyes in shock. Who on earth destroyed the Hanhai armory? The servant shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Investigate this matter quickly. No matter what, we must find out the truth. The lord of Hanhai City said in a deep voice. The servant quickly left. A faint smile appeared on the chamber master of Artifact's face. My lord, the Hanhai armory was destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse. Even if the Jew family investigates, the Hanhai City will not be blamed. The chamber master of Artifact said, I don't know who this powerhouse is. He has done us a great favor. Fang Chen, who had caused such a commotion in the Hanhai City, was walking in the wilderness at the moment. Boss, this is so cool. It is so cool to see the despair in the Jew family's eyes. The little mouse laughed. Chapter 18:15. After returning to the God world, Fang Chen first found a good body for Realm Master Fu Mo. Then, Fang Chen asked Realm Master Fu Mo to return to the Shengsun sect to recuperate. As for himself, he took Star and Moon and the four little guys to the Lotus Mountain. Why did he choose the Lotus Mountain? It was all because of divine goddess Lian Yi. Star and Moon held Fang Chen's hand tightly, feeling a little nervous. Fang Chen turned to Star and Moon and said, it's okay. Brother Chen, I'm worried. Fang Chen shook his head and said slowly, don't worry. I'll get revenge for the humiliation you've suffered. And I'll let divine goddess Lian Yi announce to the outside world that she's breaking off the relationship with you. She doesn't deserve to be your master. Star and Moon wanted to say something but stopped. She shook her head and lowered it. Shengsun sect. The broken arm of Spirit King Han Long had been regenerated. In the past 7 or 8 years, the Shengsun sect had been suppressed by the Jew family and the Lotus Mountain. Although they didn't do it openly, they did it secretly. Spirit King Han Long was very angry. If the Shengsun sect master hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed to the Lotus Mountain and fought to the death with old woman Lian Yi. In the garden of the Shengsun sect, 3 figures sat in a pavilion. Junior brother, you're too impatient. It's not good for your cultivation, the Shengsun sect master said slowly. Yes, although the sect master has returned, the Lotus Mountain and the Jew family are not people we can provoke. We can't ruin the future of the Shengsun sect because of a moment of impulse. The Sky Prison Saint also said, every disciple who joins the Shengsun sect wants to have a better tomorrow. If we go to war with the Lotus Mountain, these disciples will be the first to suffer. In fact, the 2 of them knew that even if the Shengsun sect master didn't say it. Over the years, many disciples of the Shengsun sect who went out to train had been killed by the Lotus Mountain and the Jew family. However, they could only suffer this loss themselves. The Shengsun sect master was also angry, but what was the point of being angry? Only by knowing when to yield and when to stand tall could Shengsun sect go further. Mph, what's the point of living like this? Brother Fang has been missing for so long. I suspect that old hag Lieni killed him. The Ice Dragon Spirit King snorted. The head of the Shengsun sect sighed and said earnestly, Junior brother, I also want to avenge the dead disciples of the Shengsun sect, but I don't want the Shengsun sect to be destroyed in my hands. As soon as the leader of the Shengsun clan finished speaking, a disciple came to report. Sovereign, there is someone at the foot of the mountain who wishes to see you, the disciple said. Did he say his name? The lord of the Shengsun clan asked with a frown. He only said 2 words. The disciple thought for a moment and then said, Fang Chen. What? The 3 of them stood up at the same time, their expressions grave. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shouted, quickly bring him to us. Not long after, Realm Lord Fu Mo was brought to the garden. Seeing this person, the 3 of them were slightly disappointed. The 3 of you. Realm Lord Fu Mo said directly, Fang Chen told me to come here. Brother Fang is still alive. Where is he? The Ice Dragon Spirit King hurriedly asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo looked around, wanting to say something but stopped. Who Elaine? The head of the Shengsun sect waved his hand, forming a powerful restriction around them. Just say what you want to say. No one will hear. Not long ago, Fang Chen saved me at the Thousand Sword Island. Now he has returned to the easternmost land and is on his way to the Lotus Mountain. Realm Lord Fumo said. Lotus Mountain? Brother Fang is going to avenge himself? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked. Realm Lord Fumo nodded. Fang Chen is indeed going to avenge himself. He told me to cultivate in the Shengsun sect first. What a fool. There are many experts in the Lotus Mountain. How can Brother Fang do it alone? No, I have to go help Brother Fang. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said and turned to leave. I'll go too. The Sky Prison Saint followed. Sect Lord, you are the leader of a sect. Unlike us, the Shengsun sect needs you. The Lotus Mountain was in the center of the easternmost land. After traveling for several days, they finally arrived at the territory of the Lotus Mountain. Boss, we're almost there, the little mouse said. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of a small town in the distance. This town was the only one in a 100-mile radius around the Lotus Mountain. Disciples who wanted to see the scenery of the Lotus Mountain often came here. Over time, the town became lively. Sir, I'm really sorry. Our inn really has no more rooms. An old man begged with a bitter face. There were two women opposite him. One of them was arrogant and domineering. Her attitude was very bad. Humph, we're disciples of the Lotus Mountain. Hurry up and give us 2 rooms. Otherwise, there's no need for your inn to exist. Sir, the old man was about to speak when he was kicked away by one of the women. Poochie. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the ground. Fang Chen frowned slightly. The disciples of the Lotus Mountain are really arrogant. The little mouse could not stand it anymore. He turned to look at his boss and waited for his instructions. The latter nodded. The little mouse jumped and arrived in front of the inn. You 2 women, what's the point of bullying an old man? The little mouse scolded. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he talk to us like this? The woman cursed coldly. The little mouse was furious. You're courting death. The Lotus Mountain already had a grudge against them. It was not bad to collect some interest. Bang! The 2 disciples of the Lotus Mountain naturally could not resist the little mouse's attack. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying by the little mouse. Their delicate bodies fell on the street. Immediately, it caused a commotion in the town. Soon, a group of women ran over. Junior sister, what's going on? The leading woman asked with a gloomy face. Senior sister, he insulted our Lotus Mountain. A shitty place like the Lotus Mountain is not worthy of being insulted by this young master. The little mouse's face was filled with ridicule. You dare to be disrespectful to the Lotus Mountain? This is unforgivable. The leading woman rushed in front of the little mouse. Her body emitted a terrifying killing intent. She began to attack the little mouse. Little girl, your heart is truly ruthless. Grandpa Mouse, there's no need to hold back. The one who spoke was Xiao Huang. Poochie the little mouse smashed the leading woman's head with a fist. Blood sprayed through the air. Senior sister, you dare to kill senior sister? You're dead. The Lotus Mountain will not let you off. Everyone attack together and take revenge for senior sister. For a moment, the town was incomparably noisy. Many disciples of the Lotus Mountain surrounded the little mouse. The disciples of the Lotus Mountain are arrogant and despotic. They deserve to die. The little mouse's words had already sentenced them to death. Bang bang bang, they killed all the disciples of the Lotus Mountain without expending any energy. Looking at the corpses lying on the street, the little mouse said in a loud voice, from today onwards, the disciples of the Lotus Mountain will no longer strut around in this town. After saying this, he disappeared from the town. He left behind a series of discussions. Outside the town, the little mouse arrived in front of Fang Chen, using heavenly goddess Lian Yi's power to act like a tyrant in this town. How laughable. Fang Chen sneered. Boss, let's go. The little mouse's eyes shone with a golden light. He really wanted to know what heavenly goddess Lian Yi's expression would be when she saw Boss. Would she regret not choosing Boss in the first place? Fang Chen held Star and Moon's hands tightly and comforted Star and Moon. The latter had also gradually thought things through. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi had taken her in as a disciple and treated her very well. However, this was all because of her heaven-defying potential. If she was mediocre, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi probably wouldn't have taken her in as a disciple at all. Moreover, because she didn't want to offend the Zhu family, she didn't care about her own opinion and refused to let her be with Brother Chen. She didn't want such a master. After thinking this through, Star and Moon's heart relaxed. Not long after, Fang Chen and the others arrived at the foot of the Lotus Mountain. Looking up at the towering Lotus Mountain, Fang Chen's thoughts seemed to have returned to 7 or 8 years ago. The corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. What happened 7 or 8 years ago definitely wouldn't happen again. This time, he wanted to let everyone know that no one could lay a finger on Fang Chen's woman. Chapter 1818. The fury in Fang Chen's heart instantly erupted. Sword chi surged around him as he gripped the hidden star sword. At the same time, Heavenly God Lian Yi did not sit still and wait for death. As she waved her hand, an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Kill. Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi let out a low growl and leapt forward, instantly arriving in front of Fang Chen. An icy aura burst out from his body and surrounded Fang Chen's figure. Break. Fang Chen's body shook violently. The extremely cold aura surrounding him was instantly shattered. Then, he swung his sword backward. Swoosh. Immemorial God Refinement Technique, Destruction Sword Technique. Terrifying destruction law energy erupted from his body. It fused with the golden liquid and entered the hidden star sword, forming his strongest attack. When the destruction sword technique appeared, the entire sky changed greatly. The expressions of the many experts on Lotus Flower Mountain all changed greatly. Even Heavenly God Lian Yi's expression changed in an instant. Damn it! Heavenly God Lian Yi cursed. A walking stick appeared in her hand. This walking stick was very special. Its entire body was covered with complicated patterns. At the place where she held it, a scarlet light flickered. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that this walking stick was a high-quality Heavenly God artifact. A high-quality Heavenly God artifact. Boom! Heavenly God Lian Yi held the walking stick in her hand. She suddenly exerted force and smashed it against the destruction sword technique. Hiss! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The destruction sword technique's destruction sword technique directly entered the walking stick. Suppress! Heavenly God Lian Yi roared. The might of a high-quality Heavenly God artifact instantly erupted. It directly suppressed the destruction sword technique that had entered the walking stick. Her expression was somewhat complicated. She did not expect that in a short few years, Fang Chen would have grown to such a level. This child must be killed. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Heavenly God Lian Yi said coldly. At the same time, Heavenly God Lian Yi secretly sent a voice transmission to the Zhu clan leader. After informing him of Fang Chen's appearance on Lotus Flower Mountain, the Zhu clan leader immediately replied that he would come to Lotus Flower Mountain as quickly as possible. A peculiar smile appeared on Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's frosty face upon receiving this news. Fang Chen, I have to admit that your strength has improved a lot. Ordinary heavenly gods probably aren't a match for you, but you're still nothing in front of me. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi chuckled. You won, old woman. Fang Chen hated Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi even more. In addition, for some reason, Star and Moon's eyes were empty, and their bodies were stiff. Fang Chen was extremely anxious. He couldn't wait to capture Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi and force her to reveal the truth. As such, he didn't want to waste time arguing with Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. Immemorial Soul-Refining Art. Fang Chen executed the 5 moves of the Immemorial Soul-Refining Art. Destruction Sword Move, Creation Sword Move, Fate Sword Move, Time Sword Move, Space Sword Move. These 5 sword moves were Fang Chen's strongest attacks so far. 5 streaks of sword light with completely opposite auras hovered side by side in the sky, and it felt as if the entire void was about to be torn apart. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's expression became extremely grave at the sight of these 5 streaks of sword light. Spatial Ripple Kill. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi finally unleashed her trump card, the top-tier heaven-grade divine technique, Spatial Ripple Kill. Spatial ripple kill. It's actually the spatial ripple kill. Master has even unleashed such a trump card. That scoundrel is definitely going to die. That's right. There are very few heavenly gods who can withstand the spatial ripple kill, let alone this scoundrel. Many of the younger disciples on the plaza were extremely excited to see heavenly goddess Lian Yi unleash the spatial ripple kill. The scoundrel was finally going to be executed. They were very happy. Whoosh! After the spatial ripple kill was unleashed, one ripple after another appeared in the sky. Under heavenly goddess Lian Yi's control, these ripples quickly formed an inescapable net. Her title as heavenly goddess Lian Yi was derived from this trump card of hers. This inescapable net was extremely powerful. If an ordinary heavenly god were to be trapped within it, only death would await them. Even a saint-level formation master wouldn't be able to break through this inescapable net. As such, a deranged sneer appeared in heavenly goddess Lian Yi's eyes as she unleashed the spatial ripple kill. She was certain that Fang Chen was going to die. Suppress. Heavenly goddess Lian Yi gripped her walking stick and controlled the inescapable net to quickly envelop Fang Chen. You too, 10,000 sword strike. Fang Chen's expression was very calm. He softly uttered these words. Immediately, the 5 streaks of sword light hovering in the sky suddenly shot toward the inescapable net. Swish. At some point, the 5 streaks of sword light instantly transformed into tens of thousands of streaks of sword light and violently crashed into the inescapable net. It's useless. Heavenly goddess Lian Yi laughed heartily. She believed that Fang Chen's efforts were futile. However, in the face of heavenly goddess Lian Yi's mocking laughter, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. His hands formed different seals as the golden heart in his body rapidly surged. He closed his eyes, and his aura surged as he used his mind to control the 5 sword techniques. Crack! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the 5 streaks of sword light. The power of the 5 laws complemented each other, and their power was raised to the extreme. In an instant, a hole was torn open in the inescapable net. After the inescapable net was broken, it was instantly shattered by the 10,000 streaks of sword light like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. The explosive power swept through the entire Lotus Mountain. Dong! At this moment, all the buildings on Lotus Mountain were reduced to rubble. Miserable screams rang out from the explosion. The weaker disciples of Lotus Mountain didn't even have time to escape and were instantly killed. Even celestial deity realm powerhouses also had lingering fears after escaping. At this moment, heavenly goddess Lian Yi's body crashed heavily into the plaza, creating a large crater in the ground. Poochie! Heavenly goddess Lian Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Impossible! How is this possible? Even to this day, heavenly goddess Lian Yi refused to believe that Fang Chen could break through her spatial ripple attack. One had to realize that this was her trump card. Even a heavenly god wouldn't be able to break through it. No, this is an illusion. Heavenly goddess Lian Yi crawled up from the ground with great effort. She sank her energy into her dantian and quickly recovered her strength. U3, Fang Chen stood silently on the plaza, staring at heavenly goddess Lian Yi as he slowly walked toward her. Do you regret that decision? Fang Chen asked softly. No, I don't regret it. Even if I die, I won't let you have you. Heavenly goddess Lian Yi suddenly went berserk. She attacked Fang Chen with all her might. Rumble, in the face of heavenly goddess Lian Yi's attacks, Fang Chen blocked all of them. Bam! In the end, he sent heavenly goddess Lian Yi flying with a single sword strike. She threw up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Her body was extremely feeble. Even her most powerful spatial ripple attack had been broken. She was completely powerless. Heavenly goddess Lian Yi's mind was filled with a myriad of emotions as she looked at this familiar man. She felt extremely conflicted. This man wasn't even a heavenly god, but he was now able to severely wound her. I refuse to accept this. Heavenly goddess Lian Yi roared in her mind. Her eyes became crimson. Do you think you've won? All of a sudden, a wild smile appeared on heavenly goddess Lian Yi's pale face. Fang Chen's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly turned toward Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon was like a walking corpse. "What did you do to Yu Er?" Fang Chen roared in rage. "Ha ha ha, you'll never be able to obtain Yu Er." Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's hair was disheveled, and she was completely devoid of her usual vigor. At the same time, she began to chant some complicated incantations. All of a sudden, Star and Moon's body reacted violently. Some blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. 88 stop. Fang Chen rushed toward Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi and grabbed her by the neck as he roared in rage. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi glared at Fang Chen with a vicious expression. "If you want Star and Moon to die, then do it." A pained expression appeared on Fang Chen's face, but he still lowered his hand in the end. "What did you do to Star and Moon?" Fang Chen asked again. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi coughed a few times before replying, "It's nothing. I just poisoned her body with dark yin poison." Chapter 18-19. Especially after hearing the words profound yin poison, the anger in his heart lessened. Once upon a time, there was a famous true god powerhouse in the deity world. The reason he was famous was because of his terrifying Tao of poison. This powerhouse had cultivated the Tao of poison to the pinnacle, creating countless types of deadly poisons. Even true god powerhouses were terrified of these deadly poisons. However, of the deadly poisons he created in his lifetime, 8 of them were known as the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. These were publicly acknowledged by the true gods of the deity world. Each of the 8 wondrous poisons was incomparably powerful and could even kill true gods. This powerhouse was obsessed with the Tao of poison. According to him, there were even more powerful poisons above the 8 wondrous poisons. These poisons could definitely affect cosmos gods. One had to know that the 8 wondrous poisons were considered the most powerful poisons in the deity world. They believed that the 8 wondrous poisons were the pinnacle of the Tao of poison. They did not believe that this powerhouse could create a poison that surpassed the 8 wondrous poisons. From then on, this Tao of poison expert went into closed-door seclusion, testing poisons with his own body in order to surpass himself. However, in the end, this powerhouse still died from the poison he created. Before his death, he announced the recipe for the 8 wondrous poisons to the deity world. This allowed many experts in the deity world to learn of the recipe for the 8 wondrous poisons. However, knowing was one thing. To successfully create one of the 8 wondrous poisons was extremely difficult. In fact, even the most powerful experts in the Tao of poison might not be able to create one. The mysterious yin poison was ranked 8th among the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. This poison could unleash an extremely powerful effect when it came into contact with a mysterious yin body. Experts who were poisoned by the mysterious yin poison would not feel anything at all. The invisible poison would affect their senses and even their personality. This was especially true when it came to limiting one's potential. One of the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. Fang Chen glared at heavenly god Lian Yi and said coldly, "Not bad. You are quite knowledgeable. You actually know about the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world." Heavenly god Lian Yi sneered. She had already taken the initiative. "Fang Chen, I admit that you have great potential. If you are allowed to grow, it won't be long before you can defeat all heavenly gods. Do you think I'll let the tiger return to the mountain?" Heavenly goddess Lian Yi chuckled as she pulled out a pitch-black pill from her robes. "You won." This pill did not have any luster, as if it was just an ordinary pill. However, Fang Chen knew that it was poison. If his guess was correct, this jet-black pill should be one of the legendary 8 great poisons of the god realm, the profound yin poison. "Don't you really want to save your wife? I'll give you a chance, but I don't know if you'll grasp it." Heavenly goddess Lian Yi opened her palm, within which lay the pitch-black poison. This poison is the profound yin poison. If you want to save your wife, you must swallow it. Otherwise, Star and Moon will explode and die as soon as I detonate the poison. Heavenly goddess Lian Yi continued, "Don't even think about taking the antidote by force. I'm telling you, Star and Moon will die the instant you attack." Heavenly goddess Lian Yi was using Star and Moon to threaten him. Fang Chen clenched his fists in fury. However, In order to save Star and Moon, he had no other choice. What if you go back on your word after I swallow this pill? Fang Chen asked. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi replied in a disdainful voice, I'm the mighty Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. How could I go back on my word? It's exactly because you're Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi that I'm wary of you. If you don't swear a martial oath, I'll drag you down with me even if I have to die. Fang Chen splayed his hands open. She wanted him to swallow poison without any proof. How could he allow that? Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi thought for a moment before replying, All right, I swear a martial oath. If you swallow this pill, I'll immediately give the antidote to Star and Moon. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Seeing Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi swear such a heavy oath, Fang Chen was finally relieved. He accepted the black pill and swallowed it. All right, you can give me the antidote now, Fang Chen said in a solemn voice. After confirming that Fang Chen had swallowed the pill, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi chortled with glee. Who would have thought that you were such a love-struck fool? She waved her hand as she spoke, and a beam of light shot into Star and Moon's body. The walking corpse of Star and Moon instantly began to tremble uncontrollably. Ah! She suddenly clutched her head with both hands and let loose a blood-curdling cry before fainting. Sister-in-law. The little mouse was a little anxious. However, after a brief examination, he discovered that Star and Moon had only fainted. Fang Chen's divine sense enveloped Star and Moon's body, and he carefully inspected Star and Moon's body. After confirming that the poison had been neutralized, he was finally relieved. Fang Chen, from now on, you are my slave. I'm going to make you wish you were dead, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi said in a cold voice. You too, Star and Moon had great potential, but Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi valued Fang Chen more. His potential far exceeded that of Star and Moon. If she could use the dark yin poison to control him, perhaps she really could become a true god. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi, I truly feel sorry for you. Fang Chen shook his head. Chen-ph, you still don't know your position? You're my prisoner. If I don't give you the antidote, you'll die at any moment. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi chuckled coldly. Aside from me, no one else has the antidote to the dark yin poison. It's even more impossible for you to neutralize it with your own power. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was quite confident in the dark yin poison. She really wanted to see Fang Chen's indignant expression, but she was disappointed. Boom! At this moment, the dark yin poison pill had just entered Fang Chen's stomach when it was instantly engulfed by the golden liquid erupting from the golden heart. While Fang Chen was conversing with Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi, the golden heart had already completely refined the dark yin poison pill. The dark yin poison didn't even have a chance to spread before it was completely neutralized. This was why Fang Chen dared to swallow the pill without any hesitation. After absorbing the power of the other four heirs, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had become even more powerful. A mere dark yin poison was nothing to it. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body flashed as he looked at the madly laughing Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. He instantly appeared before her and grabbed her by the neck. Whoosh! Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi wanted to resist, but Fang Chen was simply too powerful, and she was completely suppressed. Rich destructive nomological power instantly surged forth, locking Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi into a narrow space. Crack! Fang Chen tightened his grip, and Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's face paled, and her breathing became a little ragged. You! Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's eyes widened as she roared, Do you want to die? She couldn't believe that Fang Chen, who had been poisoned by the dark yin poison, would dare to attack her. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi channeled the last sliver of power within her body to activate the dark yin poison. However, no matter how hard she tried, it was all to no avail. Fang Chen's body remained motionless, but he tightened his grip more and more. Old hag, your dark yin poison is useless against me. After saying this, Fang Chen punched Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's arm, instantly snapping it. Immediately afterward, Fang Chen broke Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's other arm. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi, who was one of the most powerful divine heaven stage powerful beings in the easternmost region, was suppressed by Fang Chen just like that. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that the ant-like existence that she could easily kill in the past would humiliate her so much years later. "You're impossible." Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi had fallen into a frenzy. Her arms fell limply to her sides, and she had lost all of her strength. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi no longer had the demeanor of a powerful being. She was more like a shrew. "Old hag, Star and Moon is your disciple. How could you be so cruel as to attack her? You piece of trash." As he spoke, Fang Chen punched Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's leg. Her legs were instantly crippled as well. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's limbs were instantly crippled, and she was unable to resist at all. "Kill me," Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi said in a muffled voice as she endured the pain. "It's not that easy to die." Fang Chen couldn't tolerate the fact that she had poisoned Star and Moon. "I'm going to make you wish you were dead. I'm going to make you suffer all of the humiliation in this world," Fang Chen said in a sinister voice. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's hair was disheveled, and she had lost all of her composure. Chapter 1820. He was filled with hatred for Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. Severing her limbs would not make up for the harm she had done to Star and Moon. He glanced at the unconscious Star and Moon, then his gaze once again fell upon Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. Fang Chen raised his hand, which contained the terrifying power of the laws of destruction. As long as he struck, even if Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi did not die, she would be severely injured, and the entire Lotus Mountain would disappear into the annals of history. However, at this moment, ripples appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful woman quickly walked out of the spatial vortex. "Fang Chen, please let my senior apprentice sister go." It was the Empress Xian Shu, who had once helped Fang Chen on Lotus Mountain. Fang Chen had a good impression of the Empress Xian Shu. From his conversation with Star and Moon, he learned that the Empress Xian Shu had always cared for Star and Moon. Although the Empress Xian Shu was only Star and Moon's martial aunt, she was better than this hypocritical master of hers. Hearing the Empress Xian Shu's words, Fang Chen lowered his hand, but it was still wrapped around Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's neck. For the sake of her own power, she poisoned her own disciple with profound yin poison. How can such a vicious person still have the face to live in this world? Fang Chen said in a low voice. The Empress Xian Shu slowly walked over to Fang Chen, her expression grave. Looking at her senior apprentice sister who had lost all 4 of her limbs, there was a faint sadness in her heart. "Fang Chen, seeing that I once helped you, can you let my senior apprentice sister go?" she asked in a low voice. "My senior apprentice sister did something wrong, but she also received the punishment she deserved. Severing her limbs is the greatest punishment you can give her. Furthermore, you is fine now, so I shamelessly ask you to let my senior apprentice sister go." The Empress Xian Shu was also somewhat displeased after learning about what Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi had done to Star and Moon. However, she was still a senior apprentice sister of the same sect, so she could not just stand by and watch her die. "Empress Xian Shu, I am very grateful for the care you have shown you. Fang Chen released Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's hand and said, "I'll give you a chance this time. Let Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi go. But from now on, you and her are no longer master and disciple." Hearing this, the Empress of Xianshu's face was full of appreciation. She extended her hands and helped Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi to her feet. "Scram, I don't need your pity." Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi struggled for a moment before knocking the Empress of Xianshu's hand aside. She had already lost her mind. For countless years, her only dream was to become a true god. Now, Fang Chen had destroyed her only hope. She had nothing left to live for. She didn't want to compromise. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was in an extremely sorry state, but she was laughing wildly. "Fang Chen, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Fang Chen's brows furrowed upon hearing Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's words. The Empress of Xian Shu hurriedly pulled Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi over and tried to dissuade her. "Senior sister, you've already become like this. Are you still not going to give up? Scram, I don't need your help." Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi roared angrily. Bam! Right at this moment, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. They crashed into the ground with a thump. Fang Chen looked over and discovered that these two were the heavenly prison saint and spirit king Han Long of the Divine Sun sect. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their limbs had been crippled. They were tossed onto the Lotus Mountain Plaza. Big brother Han Long. Fang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the two. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with rage. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, if I'm having a hard time, you won't have a good time either. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi laughed maniacally. A group of people walked out from the sky. The leader was the Zhu family patriarch. Behind him stood many elders of the Zhu family. Fang Chen, are you very angry? This is just some interest collected in advance. If you dare to kill Lei the Zhu family will tear you to pieces, the Zhu family patriarch said coldly. Fang Chen bared his teeth and turned to look at Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. The Zhu family's arrival probably had something to do with Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. At this moment, the Empress of Xianshu also felt Fang Chen's terrifying gaze. Her face was full of apology. She pulled Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi and said, "Senior sister, that's enough. This is the last time." Fang Chen said coldly, his killing intent surging. The Empress of Xianshu's body trembled. Then she said without looking back, "Thank you." With that, the Empress of Xianshu left Lotus Mountain with Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. At the peak of Lotus Mountain, the Zhu family and Fang Chen faced each other. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Little Mouse, telling the four of them to take Star and Moon and leave Lotus Mountain first. Although Little Mouse didn't want to, they had no choice. If they didn't leave, they would be a burden to their boss. "Brothers, I will avenge you," Fang Chen said to himself. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint were also taken away by Xiao Huang. In the blink of an eye, only the Zhu family was left on Lotus Mountain. "Patriarch, let me capture this kid." A heavenly god of the Zhu family cupped his fists and said, "Be careful." This person was able to severely injure Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. "His extraordinary," the Zhu family patriarch said. In fact, when he came to Lotus Mountain and saw Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's condition, he was also quite shocked. This kid's growth potential was simply too terrifying. "Kid, die." The Heavenly God Realm Elder growled and quickly launched a thunderous attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen sneered, his killing intent surging. Whoosh! Fang Chen set up a saint-level formation, instantly enveloping the Zhu family. "Today, none of you from the Zhu family will leave here." Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. With the hidden star sword in hand, he suddenly slashed out. Poochie! Without any resistance, the hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory in the void and ruthlessly slashed the Heavenly God Realm Elder's body. With a crack, the Heavenly God Realm Elder's body was split in half, and he died instantly. "Patriarch, this kid is unusually strong. I think we should attack together." Another elder saw the situation and said in a low voice. To be able to force Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi into such a state, Fang Chen's strength was valued by the Zhu family. "Attack together and capture this kid." With the Zhu family patriarch as the leader, many Heavenly God Realm elders attacked together. Whoosh! Streaks of powerful attacks shuttled through the formation and finally converged together, posing a great threat to Fang Chen. However, from the beginning to the end, Fang Chen stood alone in the saint-level formation with the hidden star sword in hand. Immemorial soul refining art. This battle turned the sky dark and the earth dark. Fang Chen used all 5 sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art. Every time the hidden star sword was swung, a Heavenly God Realm Elder would be killed. In a few breaths' time, 3 Heavenly God Realm Elders had died. This was too great a loss for the Zhu family. Damn it! Seeing this, the Zhu family patriarch spread out his hands and a shocking war hammer appeared instantly. Then, he circulated all the strength in his body and fiercely slammed it down on Fang Chen. Kill. Fang Chen used the spacetime book, his figure appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The Zhu family members were unable to track him at all. And he was sneak attacking the Zhu family members when they least expected it. Sky God Realm Elders of the Zhu clan died to his sword one after another. This made the Zhu clan leader even more furious. Boom! Hammer after hammer smashed down, causing the saint-grade spirit array to shake and cracks to appear on its surface. "Kid, I want you dead." Following the Ju family patriarch's angry roar, the saint-level formation shattered and Fang Chen's figure was exposed in front of everyone. The remaining heavenly god realm elders and the Ju family patriarch attacked together, wanting to completely suppress Fang Chen. However, seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a sly smile. After today, the Ju family will no longer exist in the easternmost land. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the immemorial soul refining art was used again. The golden heart beat rapidly, the power of the 5 great rules fused with the golden liquid, erupting with the strongest power. Fang Chen was like a god of death, standing on the ground. Every time the hidden star sword in his hand was swung, one of the opponents would be killed. Puchi on the other hand, the Ju family members could not track Fang Chen's movements at all. "Patriarch, we can't track this kid's movements at all." Seeing that the many experts of the Ju family who came to Lotus Flower Mountain were about to be wiped out, an elder said in a deep voice. The Ju family patriarch's eyes flickered, then he quickly took out a communication jade pendant from his chest and sent the message back. On Lotus Flower Mountain, the sound of killing shook the sky. Fang Chen went on a killing spree, not leaving a single one of the Ju family's members alive. In just half an hour, blood flowed like a river on Lotus Flower Mountain. Chapter 1821. Dozens of heavenly god realm powerhouses followed the Ju clan leader to Lotus Mountain. When they came, they were very confident that they would be able to capture Fang Chen. When they arrived at the foot of Lotus Mountain, they ran into the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint. In a rage, they captured the two of them, broke their limbs, and threw them on Lotus Mountain. The Ju family patriarch held his warhammer and looked around the plaza. There were corpses everywhere. His face was gloomy, and his clothes were in tatters. No one had ever forced him to this extent. Now, he finally knew why heavenly god Lian Yi had ended up in such a miserable state. How did this brat grow so strong so quickly? The Ju family patriarch couldn't understand. His hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. He only hoped that the patriarch could hurry over and suppress this brat. "Are you very angry? Very unwilling?" Fang Chen looked at the Ju family patriarch and asked coldly, "When you broke someone's limbs, you should have been prepared to bear the consequences." In 10 years, Fang Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Back then, he was only a deity. Now, he had killed many heavenly gods in succession. He could be called invincible in the heavenly god realm. "Brat, I admit that my Ju family's plan back then failed." The Ju family patriarch said coldly, "If I knew you had such potential, I would have used the entire family's strength to kill you." What a pity. The Ju family patriarch's words were also filled with helplessness. "However, do you think you can escape today?" The Ju family patriarch changed the topic and sneered. "If it's a one-on-one fight, I admit that I can't beat you. However, the reason my Ju family has been able to stand tall in the easternmost land for countless years is not because of me. It's because of my Ju family's true foundation. That foundation isn't something trash like you can imagine. You want to talk about foundation with me?" Fang Chen spread out his hands and said, "Then, I want to see if your Ju family's foundation can stop me in the end. Or rather, before your Ju family's foundation arrives, I want to see if I can kill you." After saying that, Fang Chen used the Book of Time and Space and hid himself in the void. The Ju family patriarch's face changed greatly. He looked around, vigilantly guarding against Fang Chen. However, the power of the Book of Time and Space was beyond his imagination. Swoosh! Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind the Ju clan's patriarch. The star-hidden sword trembled, and a destructive aura emerged, and ruthlessly pierced into the Ju clan's body. "Stop!" A furious roar came from the distant horizon. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An aura that made one's soul tremble rapidly shot over from the distant horizon. As it did so, it condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Fang Chen. "A true god." Fang Chen's expression changed, and then he sneered. "Although I can't resist the power of a true god, I can at least kill him." At this time, Fang Chen increased the strength of the hidden star sword in his hand. 5 major sword moves were launched at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced into the body of the Zhou clan patriarch. Pucha, the body of the Zhou clan's patriarch, was riddled with holes. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his face extremely pale. Go to hell! Fang Chen let out a low growl and launched another attack. The body of the Zhou clan's patriarch exploded with a boom, and his soul escaped directly. You can't escape. Fang Chen leaped and arrived at the place where the Zhou clan's patriarch's soul escaped. Then, the star-hidden sword ruthlessly attacked. I told you to stop. In the distant horizon, a furious roar sounded again. The earth-shattering hand whizzed and directly pressed down from the sky. Fang Chen took the risk of being hit by the earth-shattering hand and resolutely stabbed with his sword. Pucha, this sword directly destroyed the Zhou clan's patriarch's soul. Boom! At this time, the earth-shattering hand directly suppressed Fang Chen. With a boom, a huge pit was smashed in the ground. After the earth-shattering attack, the earth-shattering hand quickly dissipated. In the distant horizon, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Cough cough. Fang Chen coughed a few times and climbed out of the soil in a sorry state. However, he didn't suffer any injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a few breaths of time, the Zhou clan's patriarch arrived. His body contained an extremely terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Chen. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Berated the Zhou clan's patriarch furiously. A grand true god also dares to use sneak attacks. I've finally seen it for myself. Fang Chen sneered without any fear. Haha. The Zhou clan's patriarch revealed a sinister smile. After so many years, the world seems to have forgotten about me. The Zhou clan's patriarch's aura locked onto Fang Chen, making the latter feel extremely heavy. My Zhou clan's people are not people you can kill. The Zhou clan's patriarch looked down at Fang Chen from above. When a true god was enraged, the heavens would collapse. Heavenly gods couldn't resist at all. Fang Chen was still alright. Under the true god's aura, he could still remain calm. Kill. The Zhou clan's patriarch extended his hand, and a terrifying power instantly swept out. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart shook and he hastily used the spacetime book. The Zhou clan's patriarch was an angry true god. He didn't dare resist. In truth, Fang Chen had guessed that the Zhou clan should have some foundation, but he hadn't expected their true god to be so powerful. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the void? The Zhou clan's patriarch snorted and punched the void. He immediately locked onto Fang Chen's position and forced Fang Chen out. Crash! Fang Chen had set up a saint-level formation, wanting to buy himself some time to escape. Bang! However, he had underestimated a true god's power. The Zhou clan's patriarch's punch had shattered the formation. At this moment, in the clouds, the Zhou clan's patriarch sneered. The Sky Sword Grandmaster nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. Fang Chen's potential is too great. At the Divine Ancestor realm, he can kill a peak heavenly god. Moreover, he can last so long against a divine emperor. The Sky Sword Patriarch nodded. At the same time, he felt that the time was about right. Fang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. It was time for him to act. Zhu Yu, you're lowering yourself to deal with a divine ancestor. That's beneath your dignity. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Then, a terrifying aura whistled and blocked the Zhou clan's patriarch's attack. The Sky Sword Patriarch appeared in front of Fang Chen and smiled at the Zhou clan's patriarch. It's you. You're still alive. The Zhou clan's patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was the Sky Sword Patriarch alive, but he had also become a true god. However, after a moment of surprise, the Zhou clan's patriarch snorted. So what if you've become a true god? You should know the difference between a divine king and a divine emperor. You can't stop me. Hearing this, the Sky Sword sect member grinned. Reign Emperor, have you forgotten that I was the strongest genius of the divine world back then, the Sky Sword Patriarch? The Sky Sword Patriarch, these 4 words represented peak talent. Anyone who heard these 4 words would think of the Sky Sword Patriarch of the divine world's younger generation. And now, The Sky Sword Patriarch who had been missing for countless years had returned as a true god. Back then, I was able to fight against heavenly gods at the Divine Ancestor realm. Now that I've stepped into the Divine King realm, how strong do you think I've become? The Sky Sword Patriarch smiled. Sky Sword Patriarch, no, I should call you Sky Sword God King now. Are you sure you want to force this old man to act? The Rain Emperor said coldly. I owe him a favor, said the Sky Sword God King. Fang Chen stood quietly behind the Sky Sword Patriarch, his heart trembling. However, he was relieved. The Zhu clan's true god expert couldn't do anything to him. It seems that after countless years, the divine world has forgotten about me, the Sky Sword Patriarch. The Sky Sword God King sneered. He spread his hands and swordlight surged out from his palms. Since that's the case, I'll have a taste of Rain Emperor's moves. The Rain Emperor was the Zhu clan's patriarch. His real name was Zhu Yu. Because he was a divine emperor expert, he was called the Rain Emperor. When the Rain Emperor heard this, he sneered coldly, his whole body brimming with battle intent. He knew that if he didn't get rid of the Sky Sword God King today, he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Chen. Chapter 1822. Fang Chen had single-handedly destroyed Lotus Flower Mountain and severed heavenly god Lianyi's limbs. If not for Empress Xianshu's plea, God Lian Yi would have died. Then, he killed all the heavenly god elders of the Zhu clan with his overwhelming strength. This included the Zhu clan leader. The Rain Emperor was furious. The Zhu clan had been in the easternmost land of the god realm for countless years, and no one dared to disrespect the Zhu clan like this. More importantly, the person in front of him was just a weak divine ancestor. The Rain Emperor was the foundation of the Zhu clan, and there weren't many true god powerhouses in the entire god realm. The Rain Emperor was the reason why the Zhu clan could become a clan second only to the 7 apex powers. Without him, the Zhu clan wouldn't have been able to survive until now. With the Rain Emperor around, even other true god powerhouses would also be a little wary. And now, the Rain Emperor was going to tear this damned guy into pieces. But at the crucial moment, the long-lost Sky Sword Grandmaster appeared. And he was as dazzling as ever. After so many years, he had already become a divine king. True gods were divided into 3 small realms. They were the Divine King, Divine Emperor, and Divine Emperor. Stepping into the Divine King realm meant standing at the peak of the god realm. And Divine Emperor powerhouses were equivalent to the upper echelons of the 7 apex powers. As for Divine Emperor powerhouses, only the 7 apex powers had them. In the entire god realm, there were only a few dozen true gods. But there were no more than 10 Divine Emperors, and this was a conservative estimate. The birth of every god emperor represented the rise of a force. That was how the Skybone Palace rose in the past. The strongest human in countless eras, the Bone Progenitor, had become a peak powerhouse in the god realm. In this age of chaos, it was almost impossible for a cosmos god to appear. The peak of cultivation was the Divine Emperor realm. The Rain Emperor could become a Divine Emperor, and that was enough to show his terrifying strength. But the Sky Sword God King was fearless. When he was a divine ancestor, he dared to challenge heavenly gods. At that time, he was one of the most dazzling heavenly gods in the god realm. Now, he had returned after disappearing for countless years, and he wanted to prove to the world that he was still one of the most dazzling true gods. Even though he was just a divine king powerhouse. To a god emperor, it was not even worth mentioning. However, facing the Rain Emperor, he still had some confidence. Heavenly Sword God King, I hope you won't disappoint this old man. Around the Rain Emperor's body, raindrops instantly filled the sky. These raindrops were very mystical. They circled around the Rain Emperor and formed a screen of light. Seeing this, Heavenly Sword God King's face turned grim. With a long sword in his hand, a terrifying sword chi emanated from his body. You won. The aura emitted by the 2 great true god powerhouses made Fang Chen extremely shocked. His body quickly retreated until he reached a safe place. Only then did he stop. His eyes burned as he stared at the peak of Lotus Mountain. A great battle between true god powerhouses was something that was hard to come by in 100 years. If he could watch a battle, he might be able to comprehend it on the spot. The gap between the Divine King realm and the Divine Emperor realm is huge. I wonder if Heavenly Sword God King can handle it. Fang Chen thought to himself. Right now, he had no other choice. The Rain Emperor was too strong. He did not even have the ability to resist. Even the Time and Space Book was unable to escape unscathed in front of the Rain Emperor. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Heavenly Sword God King was strong enough to be as dazzling as he was back then. Huala the Rain Emperor was the first to make a move. He opened his hand and pulled. Instantly, the screen of light formed by the water droplets around him rapidly turned into water droplets that filled the sky. They carried a terrifying power and attacked Heavenly Sword God King. Fang Chen, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked. He could clearly feel that each of the water droplets in the sky contained a majestic power of the rule of creation. As expected of a true God powerhouse. To be able to use the creation rule energy to such an extent. Although the Rain Emperor was his enemy, Fang Chen had to admit that. The gap between him and a true God powerhouse was not just a little bit. I wonder how the Heavenly Sword God King will block it. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Heavenly Sword God King. Actually, to Fang Chen, he could only gain something by watching the battle of the Heavenly Sword God King. The Heavenly Sword God King's comprehension of the Sword Tao had reached an unimaginable level. Whoosh! Just as the water droplets were about to touch his body, the Heavenly Sword God King did an unbelievable action. He threw the sword in his hand into the sky. Then, he opened his palm and the destruction rule energy in the air was instantly sucked into his palm. Boom! The water droplets that filled the sky ruthlessly hit the Heavenly Sword God King's body. The Heavenly Sword God King is only SOSO. Seeing this, the Rain Emperor sneered. The Heavenly Sword God King of the past was so sharp. However, even such a peerless genius could not withstand the invasion of time. The current Heavenly Sword God King was just a mediocre person. Originally, he was worried that the Heavenly Sword God King might have some trump card. Now that he thought about it, it was completely unnecessary. The Rain Emperor laughed loudly. He waved his hand and controlled the water droplets to continue attacking the Heavenly Sword God King. His face was full of ridicule. Fang Chen was also a little anxious. Why did the Heavenly Sword God King not block it? What was he trying to do? However, just as Fang Chen was anxious, a shocking scene suddenly occurred. Whoosh! The long sword that was thrown into the sky suddenly began to spin. Rays of sword light shot out from the long sword. These rays of sword light contained extremely terrifying destruction rule energy. They whistled and instantly pierced the water droplets. This, Fang Chen's heart was in a perilous situation. Destruction Sword Tao. This was the true Destruction Sword Tao. All along, Fang Chen had been troubled by the Destruction Sword Tao. Today, he finally saw the true Destruction Sword Tao. Too powerful. This attack is probably not weaker than the Rain Emperor's water droplets attack. Fang Chen sighed. Catcher. What was shocking was that the countless rays of sword light shot out from the sword and instantly pierced the water droplets. The endless water droplets were pierced by the sword light and then destroyed. Fang Chen was completely shocked. To be able to control the attack to such an extent, the Heavenly Sword God King was indeed a genius in the Sword Tao. Fang Chen was ashamed of his inferiority. The Rain Emperor, who was controlling the water droplets in the sky, had a slight change in expression. He let out a soft sound of surprise. Soon after, he laughed sinisterly. This is more like the arrogant Heavenly Sword sect from back then. After saying that, the Rain Emperor's figure flickered and appeared in front of the Heavenly Sword God King, engaging in close combat. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. The energy fluctuations emitted from the battle between true God experts caused the Lotus Mountain to tremble. Fang Chen had already left the Lotus Mountain long ago. He was somewhat unable to bear the terrifying aura. Crack! In a short moment, the two Lotus Mountains were pierced through. The towering Lotus Mountain that reached the clouds was constantly falling. As the battle between the two intensified, the speed of the Lotus Mountain falling became faster and faster. In the end, it directly collapsed. Boom! Fang Chen was at the foot of the Lotus Mountain. He was dumbstruck as he watched this scene. Let's go. He activated the time-space book and traveled through space, rapidly moving to a distant place. In the small town at the foot of the Lotus Mountain, many true gods and even heavenly gods had come because of its reputation. They were resting in the small town. They were chatting and laughing. Some were talking about the Lotus Mountain, and some were talking about the Jew family. In short, none of the true gods in the small town noticed the situation of the Lotus Mountain. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. All of a sudden, someone in the small town roared. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on the Lotus Mountain not far away. They saw a shocking scene. The Lotus Mountain was collapsing and falling. That aura made their scalps tingle. Run! Someone shouted. Suddenly, the entire small town was in a mess. Dong! The Lotus Mountain was falling faster and faster. The true gods in the small town were fleeing in panic. They had no idea that there were two true god experts fighting fiercely at the peak of the falling Lotus Mountain. Boom! The entire ground was shaking. The collapsed Lotus Mountain smashed a deep hole in the ground. Above the ruins, smoke lingered. The small town disappeared in an instant. Many true gods who did not manage to escape in time were left here forever. What's going on? In the distance, Fang Chen stared at the ruins. With smoke lingering around, he could not see what was happening inside. He was very worried about the heavenly sword god king. Rumble. Chapter 1823. A black gold light shot up into the sky. It was as if it had existed since ancient times. When Fang Chen saw this scene, his heart finally relaxed. Heavenly Sword Godly King was still that dazzling genius who led the entire divine world. Hong long above the ruins of the Lotus Flower Mountain, a trembling sound could be heard. Closely following that, shattered rocks flew everywhere. An old man with disheveled hair rushed out from within. His robe was in a sorry state. Rain Emperor actually did not gain the upper hand in the confrontation with Heavenly Sword Godly King. That was shocking. In the sky, Rain Emperor's aura was chaotic. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he glared at Heavenly Sword Godly King. As for the latter, he was like a sharp sword as he stood before him. Even though he was in a sorry state, this battle was delightful. Rain Emperor, I didn't disappoint you, right? Heavenly Sword Godly King grinned. Rain Emperor's expression changed. He glared at the distant Fang Chen and asked coldly, Heavenly Sword Godly King, do you think you can protect him forever? As long as I am around, you can forget about touching him. Heavenly Sword Godly King said solemnly, I don't care if heavenly gods act against him. But if true gods act, I, Heavenly Sword Godly King, will not sit by idly. The meaning of Heavenly Sword Godly King was clear. He did not intend to protect Fang Chen. If it was a fair battle, he would naturally not interfere. True gods were lofty existences. In their eyes, heavenly gods were merely trash. They wanted to become cosmos gods. In their hearts, unless it was revenge for the extermination of their clan, they would not care about such trivial matters. It was too easy for true gods to kill heavenly gods. In the entire Zhu clan, more than half of the heavenly gods were killed by Fang Chen. Even the current patriarch fell. How could Rain Emperor give up on this revenge? Even if he was a true god, he had to lower his status to act against Fang Chen. But now, the appearance of Heavenly Sword Godly King had caused a huge change in the battle. After the previous battle, Rain Emperor felt his heart trembling. Heavenly Sword Godly King was still that peerless genius in the past. A godly king could actually fight him to a draw. How could this not shock Rain Emperor? He has an irreconcilable enmity with my Zhu clan. I will not let him off, the Rain Emperor said coldly. Heavenly Sword Divine King sneered and ignored Rain Emperor's words. You won. The Rain Emperor glanced at Fang Chen, and killing intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. In the end, he disappeared from the ruins. Today's grudge will be avenged in the future. These words were directed at Heavenly Sword God King. With such a huge commotion happening, some true gods who had been in seclusion were also alarmed. Heavenly Sword Divine King could sense that there were 3 Divine King experts within a radius of 1,000 miles. There was even a Divine Emperor among them. However, they were all just watching. At their level, unless it was a life and death grudge, they would not easily take sides. Of course, the upper echelons of the 7 top forces were an exception. Secretly, the 3 god kings and the god emperor side. Another peerless genius was born. Back then, the bone progenitor had brought the Skybone Palace to the level of the 7 great powers with his amazing strength. And now, another Heavenly Sword Divine King had appeared. Fortunately, Heavenly Sword Divine King was not as monstrous as the bone progenitor back then. The 4 of them secretly conversed for a while and then left. Whoosh! Heavenly Sword Divine King came to the front of Fang Chen and asked with a smile, "Are you alright? Senior, thank you for saving me." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Heavenly Sword Divine King chuckled and said, "Kid, how long have we been apart? You actually caused such a huge commotion." Fang Chen smiled and did not say anything. Now, the grudge was finally avenged. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, the Lotus Mountain was destroyed in the end. Even the Zhu family suffered heavy losses. If not for the Rain Emperor's appearance, the Zhu family would also be destroyed. The Rain Emperor is a vengeful person. You killed so many heavenly gods of the Zhu family. The Rain Emperor already hates you to the bone. As long as he finds a chance, he will definitely kill you. I can't protect you all the time. Heavenly Sword Divine King said slowly, "You can't stay in the easternmost land. You should leave this place as soon as possible." The reason why the Rain Emperor did not make a move on Fang Chen was entirely because of Heavenly Sword Divine King. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Heavenly Sword Divine King to leave. You too. Once Fang Chen and Heavenly Sword Divine King were separated, he would make a move on Fang Chen. "I know," Fang Chen said. "Where are you going next? I can bring you along," Heavenly Sword Divine King said. Fang Chen felt warmth in his heart. How could he not know that Heavenly Sword Divine King was protecting him? "Thank you, Senior." Fang Chen was very grateful to Heavenly Sword Divine King. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly thought of his wife, Star and Moon. "Not good, she." Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly contacted the little mouse and flew away at high speed. Heavenly Sword Divine King grabbed Fang Chen and his speed suddenly increased. Fang Chen was shocked. He thought that his speed was already fast enough. He did not expect that the speed of a true god expert was actually so fast. Hey! Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the flow of time around him was changing. Is this an application of the temporal laws? Fang Chen thought to himself. A moment later, Fang Chen saw the little mouse and Xiao Huang. "Where's you, Fang Chen hurriedly asked. The little mouse pointed at the star and moon lying on the limestone in front of them. Fang Chen hastily walked over and checked. Seeing that there were no major problems, he let out a sigh of relief. "Boss, are you alright?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Hey! Heavenly Sword Divine King, who was behind Fang Chen, was surprised to see the star and moon. "Senior, what's wrong?" Heavenly Sword Divine King walked in front of the limestone and pressed his finger on the pulse of the star and moon. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. "You three." A moment later, Heavenly Sword Divine King opened his eyes wide, looking at the star and moon with joy. "Fang Chen, your wife is not simple," Heavenly Sword Divine King said. "Yen, please enlighten me." Fang Chen cupped his fists. Mysterious Yin Phoenix Physique. There is actually a mysterious Yin Phoenix Physique in this world. This is really an eye-opener. Heavenly Sword Divine King sighed. "Senior, what is a mysterious Yin Phoenix Physique?" Fang Chen was even more puzzled. His wife clearly had a mysterious Yin Fiend physique, so why did Heavenly Sword Divine King say that she had a mysterious Yin Phoenix physique? Fang Chen was puzzled. Mysterious Yin Phoenix physique is a legend that does not exist in this world. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, "You should know that our current universe epoch is the 18th epoch." Fang Chen nodded. He naturally knew this. Every universe epoch was roughly 10 billion years. Some universe epochs were longer while some were shorter. It depended on how much destruction the cultivator caused to the universe. Hence, This was the real reason why the 7 pinnacle powers of the deity world joined hands to annihilate the Holy Light religion. Moreover, this universe epoch had only passed for 800 million years. It was still a long time. It is said that in the 7th universe epoch, a mysterious yin phoenix physique appeared. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, "Finally, the owner of the mysterious yin phoenix physique became a universe supreme master." Is the mysterious yin phoenix physique very powerful? Fang Chen asked. The mysterious yin phoenix physique is of extreme cold. As for the phoenix physique, it belongs to the fire attribute. The phoenix physique is of extreme heat. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, "Think about it. Extreme cold and extreme heat are mortal enemies, yet the mysterious yin phoenix physique is able to fuse the two together. Don't you think it is powerful?" Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. According to what Heavenly Sword Divine King said, the mysterious yin phoenix physique was indeed powerful. Your wife's mysterious yin phoenix physique should be a type of mysterious yin physique that transformed into it by chance. At the current stage, the mysterious yin phoenix physique has not completely awakened. Once it awakens, it will be incredible. Heavenly Sword Divine King said. You must not let the outside world know about your wife's mysterious yin phoenix physique. Otherwise, you will invite trouble. Legend has it that it was passed down from the 7th universe epoch. In the entire universe, those pinnacle powers knew how powerful the mysterious yin phoenix physique was. However, they had never seen it before. Until now, many universe epochs had passed and the mysterious yin phoenix physique had finally appeared. Fang Chen nodded inwardly. He firmly remembered Heavenly Sword Divine King's words in his heart. Most likely, even Heavenly God Lian Yi did not recognize it. Otherwise, she would not have announced the existence of the star and moon to the outside world. Chapter 1824. The mysterious yin phoenix physique was just a legend in the God world. It had been passed down for more than one era, starting from the 7th era. There was no such special physique as the mysterious yin phoenix physique in the vast universe. However, in the 7th era, an expert appeared and explained to everyone what the mysterious yin phoenix physique was. In the years that followed, the mysterious yin phoenix physique became synonymous with the strongest. However, after the 7th era, the mysterious yin phoenix physique did not appear again. However, in the 18th era, it appeared again. The mysterious yin phoenix physique was too powerful, so powerful that ordinary heavenly gods did not know about it. Only those true god experts would know about it. The mysterious yin phoenix physique was hidden very well. If Heavenly Sword God King did not take Star and Moon's pulse personally, he would not have discovered it. After listening to Heavenly Sword God King's explanation, Fang Chen was even more shocked. He looked at his wife with burning eyes and sighed in his heart. Outsiders must not know about it. Fang Chen said to himself. It seems that the God world is going to be in chaos. Heavenly Sword God King said, the appearance of the mysterious yin phoenix physique will definitely shake the entire God world. Senior. Fang Chen wanted to say something but was stopped by Heavenly Sword God King. I know what you want to say. I will not say anything unnecessary. I will take you out of the easternmost land. Heavenly Sword God King said. Fang Chen nodded. When Heavenly Sword God King was about to leave, he saw the injured Heavenly Prison Saint and Ice Dragon Spirit King. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, 2 rays of light shot into the bodies of the 2 people. Immediately, the 2 people's spirits were lifted and they thanked him. Thank you, Senior. Big Brother Ice Dragon, you too come with us too? Fang Chen asked. Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. He came to help, but not only did he not help, but he also dragged Fang Chen down. He wanted to return to the Shengsun sect and get through this with his senior brother. We will return to the Shengsun sect. Heavenly Prison Saint said firmly. Fang Chen was a little hesitant. However, Heavenly Sword God King spoke. You don't have to worry. Although the Rain Emperor is very angry, he is still very angry. But he won't vent his anger on the Shengsun sect. After all, he is also a divine emperor. He won't lower himself to deal with the Shengsun sect. The person that the Rain Sovereign truly hates is you. It has nothing to do with the Shungsun sect. After hearing what the Heavenly Sword Divine King said, Fang Chen finally felt relieved. You won. In truth, he didn't want to take the Frost Dragon Spirit King with him, because he was now the Rain Emperor's target. If he followed him, the Frost Dragon Spirit King would also be in danger. Then let's send them back to Shungsun sect first, Fang Chen said. The group hurried on their way. With a true god powerhouse around, there was no need to worry about speed. In just 5 days, they returned to the Shungsun sect. After settling the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint in the Shungsun sect, Fang Chen met with Realm Lord Fu Mo. The latter had been suppressed for so many years and had finally escaped after much difficulty. He was tired of the disputes in the realm of the gods and wanted to cultivate diligently in the Shungsun sect. The Shungsun sect lord was very happy about this and accepted it gladly. Fang Chen felt sorry for the Shungsun sect. Because of him, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint were seriously injured. Brother Han Long, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse. Fang Chen took out a Sumeru ring and handed it to the Frost Dragon Spirit King. The latter wanted to refuse, but when he saw the sincere expression on Fang Chen's face, he took the Sumeru ring. Immediately, he opened the Sumeru ring. The Frost Dragon Spirit King was shocked. This, the Frost Dragon Spirit King didn't dare to imagine. His eyes widened, and a storm rose in his heart. Junior brother Han Long, what's wrong? The Shungsun sect lord asked curiously. Huala. Spirit King Frost Dragon's thoughts stirred. He instantly released everything from his spatial ring. The huge square was suddenly piled up like a mountain. The Shungsun sect lord looked over and was shocked. These are divine weapons. There were at least tens of thousands of divine weapons piled up like a mountain. Fang Chen actually gave so many to the Shungsun sect. There's more. The Frost Dragon Spirit King continued. Suddenly, a large number of heavenly divine weapons appeared. Roughly estimating, there were at least 100 heavenly divine weapons. Although most of them were low or middle grade, it was enough to shock people. This was definitely a precious treasure. With these divine weapons and heavenly divine weapons, it wouldn't take long for the Shungsun sect to rise again. Brother Fang, these gifts are too precious. We can't accept them. The Frost Dragon Spirit King took a deep breath and said slowly. You too, Fang Chen grinned and said, Brother Han Long, these things are insignificant to me. I'm happy to be able to help the Shungsun sect. Just accept them. Although Fang Chen said so, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the others were still unwilling to accept such a large amount of wealth. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I'm a saint-level swordsmith. What saint level? The Shungsun sect lord and the Heavenly Prison Saint stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. The Frost Dragon Spirit King was very excited. Ha ha ha, I knew my brother was a talent. The Frost Dragon Spirit King laughed and put the mountain of divine weapons into his Sumeru ring. Senior Heavenly Sword God King is still waiting. I'll leave first. Fang Chen said goodbye to the three and left. What he didn't know was that the divine weapons he left behind would become the foundation for the Shungsun sect's rise in the future. After leaving the Shungsun sect, Heavenly Sword God King led Fang Chen and the others and quickly moved forward. After another half a month, they finally arrived at the edge of the easternmost land. Where are you going? Heavenly Sword God King asked. In fact, Fang Chen wanted to go to the Celestial Bone Palace. But later, he changed his mind. His wife, Star and Moon, had the Xianyin Phoenix body. If she went to the Sky Bone Palace, she would be discovered by the Bone Progenitor. Even though the Bone Progenitor was the ancestor of the human race, every true god cultivated crazily to become a cosmos god. Moreover, the Bone Progenitor was a legendary god emperor. He might have other ideas. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Bone Progenitor. He thought of the dragon scale in his Sumeru ring and finally decided to go to the easternmost land. It was also the place where he made his name in the deity world. I'm going to the easternmost land. Fang Chen said. Heavenly Sword God King nodded. I'm going to other places. Let's part ways here. In the easternmost land, Other than the South Tomb Sword Palace, no other power can threaten you. Be careful and don't provoke the South Tomb Sword Palace. I know. Fang Chen and the four little guys said goodbye to Heavenly Sword God King and crossed the endless mountain range to the easternmost land's northern region. There were many familiar powers here. The once powerful Ghost Dragon sect was destroyed by the Frost Dragon Spirit King because they colluded with the Sacred Light religion. U3, at that time, Fang Chen was only a weak martial artist. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed. Fang Chen had become a high and mighty heavenly god powerhouse. Moreover, he was almost invincible among heavenly gods. I wonder how the Zhu clan's branch is doing. Fang Chen thought. The Rain Emperor's Zhu clan had an irreconcilable enmity with Fang Chen. However, the Zhu clan's branch was inextricably linked to Fang Chen. Boss, look. Fang Chen, who was resting, suddenly heard the voice and hurriedly turned to look. Sister-in-law is moving. Little Mouse said. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on the star and moon. The latter's body was emitting a strange red light that was incomparably hot. Could it be that the mystic yin phoenix physique is awakening? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He instantly set up a saint-level array to hide his wife. However, it was still too late. In the mountain range, several deity elders of Green He City had just killed a divine beast. Suddenly, a red light soared into the sky not far away. What's going on? One of the deities asked with his eyes wide open. The red light soared into the sky and the aura is very strong. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? It's very likely. I've heard some rumors about this place before. Ha ha ha, the heavens are also helping us. Let's go over and take a look. A few true gods and elders rushed towards the direction where the red light was coming from. Although it was just a flash, the deity elders had already determined the location. In a short moment, the deity elders of Green He City arrived at the red light. Strange, why is there nothing here? That's right. That beam of red light was clearly emitted from here. Chapter 1825. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was as if everything had happened yesterday. Back when Fang Chen was in the extreme south, he had yet to become a deity. He was just an eternal realm cultivator. After experiencing a fierce battle in the 100,000 Mountains, he had followed Zhu Fa back to the Zhu family. After that, he had cultivated in the Zhu family. In the end, he had been brought to the extreme east by the Frost Dragon Spirit King. He had been gone for more than 10 years. In fact, most of that time, Fang Chen had been fleeing. However, 10 years later, he had returned and destroyed Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhu family. In the end, he had even triggered a war between true god experts. Fang Chen's name had already become a household name in the extreme east. However, news of the deity world did not spread as quickly as imagined. At the very least, the weak deities rarely knew about the situation in other regions. Only the peak experts knew about it immediately. Standing within the formation, Fang Chen could easily see the elders of Green He City outside. Boss, let me go out and destroy them. Little Mouse was very impulsive. Fang Chen shook his head to stop it. It's just a few deities. There's no need. The stronger one was, the more their mentality would change. At this moment, Fang Chen also understood why the strong were unwilling to easily make a move against the weak. Disdain. After the elders of Green He City failed to find anything, they unwillingly left. When Fang Chen's gaze fell on Star and Moon again, the red light on the latter's body had already disappeared. Boss, where are we going? Little Mouse asked. Let's go to the Zhu family, said Fang Chen. Extreme south, northern region. Ever since the Ghost Dragon sect had been destroyed, the Zhu family had occupied all of the Ghost Dragon sect's territory and had suddenly become powerful. Moreover, many sects suspected that the Zhu family had the support of a mysterious heavenly god expert, so they did not dare to make a move against the Zhu family. In the past 10 years, the Zhu family had been like the sun at noon. Many outstanding young disciples had successfully stepped into the deity transformation realm. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Zhu Fa. U1, after stepping into the divine transformation realm, Zhu Fa's terrifying potential had completely erupted. In less than 3 years, He had advanced from the divine transformation realm to the true God realm. This speed had simply caused a stir in the northern region. After that, Defy used another 5 years to reach the divine spirit realm. He was far in the lead amongst the younger generation of the northern region, and he became the most dazzling existence. Along the way, Fang Chen heard many legends about Defy. He couldn't help but shake his head. That fellow from back then had finally grown up. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Zhu clan's city. While not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble, Fang Chen used the space-time book and easily entered the Zhu clan's city. His divine sense spread out and instantly discovered Defy. Yes, Defy is fighting with someone. Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. The person fighting with Defy seemed to be from the Heaven Weeping Gate. In the square of the Zhu clan's city, countless people were watching. The person fighting against Defy was an elder from the Heaven Weeping Gate. It was said that when Defy went out to gain experience, he inadvertently killed an elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate. Because of this, the Heaven Weeping Gate was greatly shaken and wanted to avenge their elder. However, the Zhu clan's power was too strong. In the end, the Heaven Weeping Gate came up with such a method. The Heaven Weeping Gate sent out a divine spirit realm elder to fight against Defy. No matter what the result was, after this battle, all the grudges would be written off. The Zhu clan definitely didn't want to agree to this. However, Defy was extremely excited. The younger generation of the northern region had been left far behind by him. Being able to fight against a divine spirit realm expert of the older generation could stimulate one's potential. Boom! The elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate threw a punch at Defy. The latter's figure flickered and blocked the attack. The battle in the square was extremely fierce. At the beginning, Defy was still able to gain the upper hand. However, the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate seemed to have changed into another person. He was abnormally fast and fierce, completely suppressing Defy. In the crowd, Fang Chen had already seen through the clues. Did he swallow an amplification-type pill? The corner of Fang Chen's mouth rose, revealing a strange smile. Shortly after, he flicked his finger and a fine light beam instantly shot toward the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate. You too. At this moment, the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate launched his fiercest attack, firmly suppressing Defy. On the platform, the Zhu clan's patriarch and the others suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Bang! Contrary to everyone's expectations, they all thought that Defy would be defeated. However, when the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate's attack was about to land on Defy's body, a terrifying rebound force suddenly appeared and sent the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate flying. Ha ha ha, good job. Everyone of the Zhu clan burst into laughter. As for the Heaven Weeping Gate, their faces were gloomy. In the square, there was a sea of people. Everyone was shouting Defy's name. As for Defy himself, he was also somewhat stunned. What had happened just now? Why was the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate sent flying? Defy's mind was constantly thinking about what had happened just now. So much so that he didn't know what happened in the square. Defy. Fang Chen's voice entered Defy's mind. Immediately, Defy was shaken. Soon after, he discovered Fang Chen in the crowd. Crash. Fang Chen's figure was hidden in the void. Seeing this, Defy chased after him. After a while, in a certain elegant mansion. Brother Fang, I really didn't expect that you would come back. Seeing Fang Chen, Defy was very excited. Brother Defy, I trust you have been well since we last met, Fang Chen said with a smile. I might have to trouble you for the next period of time. Brother Fang, you can rest assured and stay in my mansion, Defy said as he spread his hands. Fang Chen nodded. Don't tell anyone about my return. I know. When he saw Fang Chen, Defy already knew that the person who had secretly attacked just now was definitely Fang Chen. At the same time, he was also shocked. He had already reached the divine spirit realm, but he was actually unable to see through Fang Chen. Thinking that Fang Chen might become a heavenly deity, Defy's heart trembled. Just like this, Fang Chen stayed in Defy's mansion and personally arranged a saint-level formation to envelop the mansion. You three, then, He placed Star and Moon in a secret room that he had personally created. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and the other three guarded it all day long, not allowing anyone to take a step closer. In the northern region, deities were already considered experts. There were almost no heavenly deities. Fang Chen wasn't worried at all. Star and Moon's profound yin phoenix physique was awakening. It would probably take some time for them to awaken. For the southern region, the northern region was just a small place. The southern region's sword palace of the southern region looked down on the northern region. However, on this day, the disciples of the sword palace of the southern region appeared in the territory of the northern region. On a wide road, a black-clothed woman and a dignified man were walking side by side. Junior Sister Mo, the elder sent us to carry out the mission this time because he thinks highly of us, the dignified man said with a smile. We must do a good job. The black-clothed woman nodded and didn't say anything. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely notice. These two people were acquaintances of the sword palace of the southern region's Handaman Hall. One of them had helped him in the past. Mo Shunga and Zhuang Heng. After so many years, Mo Shunga and Zhuang Heng had already established themselves in the sword palace of the southern region. Furthermore, they had become well-known figures among the fifth-generation disciples. There was even an outer palace elder who said that it wouldn't be long before the two of them could enter the inner palace and become core disciples. Core disciples of the inner palace had extremely high status. Only the top experts among heavenly deities could be considered inner disciples of the sword palace of the southern region. Outer palace disciples dreamed of becoming an inner palace disciple. This time, the outer palace elder had sent Mo Shunga and Zhuang Heng to investigate a matter. Our sword palace of the southern region is one of the top 7 factions in the divine world. As long as the outer palace elder gives the order, a mere Ju family is nothing. Zhuang Heng didn't understand. The mission given to them by the outer palace elder was to secretly contact the Ju family's patriarch, secretly control the Ju family, and investigate the 100,000 mountains. How dare you make wild guesses about the sword palace's intentions? Mo Shunga said coldly. Her body emitted a faint cold aura. She looked like she didn't want anyone to get close. All these years, Zhuang Heng had been pursuing Mo Shunga. However, he had been rejected time and time again. The competition in the sword palace of the southern region was extremely fierce. Inner disciples were still fine, but outer disciples like them were destined to work even harder. Otherwise, they would never be able to make a name for themselves. Shunga, how would I dare to make wild guesses about the sword palace's intentions? Zhuang Heng laughed mischievously, then pointed at the huge city in front of them. Head to that huge city. That's the Ju family's headquarters. Chapter 1826. Ju Fa's residence. Fang Chen had officially settled down. Early in the morning, Ju Fa hurriedly returned to the residence and found Fang Chen. Brother Fang, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace came to our Ju family yesterday, said Ju Fa. What? Fang Chen's expression turned grave when he heard that. The South Tomb Sword Palace was located in the southern region. To them, the northern region was just a small place. If the South Tomb Sword Palace was willing, they could occupy the entire northern region and the entire extreme south. However, the South Tomb Sword Palace did not do so. Although they were only separated by the 100,000 mountains, the South Tomb Sword Palace gave off a feeling of transcendence. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace would never come to the northern region. What are they doing here? Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace must have come to the northern region's Ju family for something. Ju Fa said, I also heard from my father that they want our Ju family to secretly help them investigate the 100,000 mountains. Investigate the 100,000 mountains? Fang Chen frowned. Why did the South Tomb Sword Palace not investigate it themselves? Wouldn't that be more confident? Why did they let the Ju family secretly investigate? Could it be that some treasure was about to appear in the 100,000 mountains? Immediately, Fang Chen continued to ask, do you know what they are looking for? Ju Fa shook his head. He did not know either. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace are very strong. 2 of them are heavenly gods. They represent the South Tomb Sword Palace. My father does not dare to disobey and can only help. Ju Fa said, the Ju family has already sent many elders into the 100,000 mountains. Fang Chen nodded slightly as if he had guessed something. They want to borrow the Ju family's power to secretly investigate. That means they do not want outsiders to know. There must be a treasure in the 100,000 mountains. Fang Chen thought to himself. He did not know why, but he thought of the sacred dragon mountain range and the dragon scale in his hand. Could it be related to the legend of the true dragon? Only the legend of the true dragon could attract the attention of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Mo Shunga and Zhuangheng directly lived in the Ju family's city. All they needed to do was to take control of the situation. Once they gathered information, they would immediately inform the outer hall elders. At that time, their mission would be considered complete. For half a month, the Ju family had been gathering information in the vicinity of the sacred dragon mountains. Fang Chen couldn't help but sneak into the 100,000 mountains. What he didn't expect was that the dragon scale lying in his spatial ring actually trembled. What does this mean? This meant that the investigation of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb was really related to the legend of the true dragon. As expected, Fang Chen stood on a bluestone, squinting as he stared ahead. Just as Fang Chen was thinking about his soulmate, two ear-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. Then, a man and a woman appeared side by side in front of Fang Chen. Zhuangheng frowned. This person was not from the Ju clan, so why was he here? Who are you? Zhuangheng asked coldly. At the same time, he purposely revealed the symbol of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb on his clothes to intimidate Fang Chen. Does it have anything to do with you? Fang Chen calmly asked. Chen Ph, the 100,000 mountains is the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. You dare to enter here without permission? Are you courting death? Zhuangheng's killing intent surged. Fang Chen wanted to laugh. This Zhuangheng was too shameless. Using the Sword Palace of the South Tomb's tiger skin to show off here. Are the people of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb also shameless? Fang Chen asked. You. Zhuangheng was furious and wanted to attack. However, Mo Shunga stopped him. The black-clothed Mo Shunga had a stunned expression on her face as she walked step by step towards Fang Chen. With every step she took, her expression became more complicated. When she arrived in front of Fang Chen, she didn't dare to imagine. Why are you here? Mo Shunga asked in a delicate voice. Her eyes widened as she looked at Fang Chen. That fellow from the servant hall had actually appeared here. Shunga, you know him? Asked Zhuangheng. Zhuangheng, have you forgotten? Back in the servant hall, we cultivated together, reminded Mo Shunga. Hearing that, Zhuangheng sank into his memories. A moment later, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Ph, so it's that trash sparring partner. You're really lucky. You're not dead yet. You're not dead, so how could I die? Fang Chen shrugged. Zhuangheng had wanted to kill him back in the servant hall. Fortunately, Mo Shunga had helped him back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded. I wasn't able to kill you back in the servant hall. Now, I'll personally take your life. After saying that, Zhuangheng attacked. Zhuangheng. Mo Shunga stopped him. However, Zhuangheng ignored her and attacked. When a heavenly god attacked, his aura shook the world. If Fang Chen was hit by Zhuangheng's attack, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Fang Chen, hurry up and leave, said Mo Shunga anxiously. Fang Chen stood in place without moving. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that Zhuangheng's attack was about to touch him, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Die. Zhuangheng was overjoyed. He increased the strength of his attack and slammed it into Fang Chen's body. Boom. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. A terrifying explosive force spread out, forcing Mo Shunga's figure to retreat. Smoke curled up and enveloped the two of them. Mo Shunga watched anxiously. She didn't know what was going on inside. Whoosh, whoosh. Gusts of wind blew past and finally dispersed the smoke. The scene that appeared before Mo Shunga's eyes shocked her. Zhuangheng's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, but the latter was still standing there calmly. Fang Chen. Mo Shunga thought that Fang Chen had been seriously injured and called out worriedly, Poochie. However, just as she finished speaking, Zhuangheng's body flew back. He spat out blood and his face was extremely pale. How is this possible? Mo Shunga's dark eyes widened in disbelief. She turned to look at Fang Chen. The latter was very calm, as if this was just a trivial matter. He's already grown to this level. Even if Mo Shunga was a fool, she could guess it. Fang Chen's strength had already grown to a level that even divine ancestor experts couldn't compare to. U3, Mo Shunga was a bit dazed. Was this still the weak cultivator who relied on her protection in the servant hall? Mo Shunga said. Fang Chen smiled at Mo Shunga and said, this kind of person is just wasting air in this world. With that, he walked towards Zhuangheng. Why you can't kill me? Zhuangheng shouted. I'm a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. If you kill me, the South Tomb Sword Palace won't let you off. Fang Chen. Mo Shunga was also reminding Fang Chen not to act rashly. However, how could Fang Chen not know this? Who said I was going to kill you? Fang Chen said. Zhuangheng let out a sigh of relief. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, this fellow's strength was too terrifying. He was very frightened. Splash. When Goldie appeared, it opened its small mouth, and the extremely cold heavy water of destruction instantly gushed out. Ah! The heavy water of destruction wrapped around Zhuangheng, who let out a miserable cry. But I didn't say I was going to let you off, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Using the heavy water of destruction on a divine ancestor was a waste. Fortunately, it had one effect, destroying the corpse. After doing all this, Xiao Huang grinned at Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned to look at Mo Shunga, who had an ugly expression. He smiled. Miss Shunga, thank you for your help in the servant hall back then. Fang Chen is endlessly grateful. However, I hope you didn't see anything. Mo Shunga nodded woodenly. She was shocked by Fang Chen's actions. Miss Shunga. Fang Chen called out. Mo Shunga immediately came back to her senses. She looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Don't worry. If the outer hall elders ask, I'll say that Zhuangheng died in the sacred dragon mountain range. Mo Shunga took a deep breath and said. Then, thank you, Miss Shunga. Fang Chen smiled. Then, he waved his hand and a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact appeared in his hand. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope Miss Shunga can accept it. Mo Shunga was surprised when she saw it. With her strength, it was almost impossible for her to obtain a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. Mo Shunga was momentarily speechless. In the end, she accepted the mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. She felt that she couldn't see through this fellow anymore. Chapter 1827. Fang Chen was certain that the matter the Southern Tomb Sword Palace was investigating was related to the legend of the true dragon. After bidding farewell to Mo Shunga, he quickly returned to Zhu Fei's residence. As expected, Mo Shunga left 3 days later. The Zhu family's elders that had entered the 100,000 mountains all withdrew. Looks like it won't be long before the Sword Palace of the South Tomb makes a move, Fang Chen said to himself. With Mo Shunga's strength, it was impossible for her to come into contact with the legend of the true dragon. She was only in charge of investigating. Once she found any clues, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace would immediately send experts over. I wonder what kind of experts the Southern Tomb Sword Palace will send, said Fang Chen. If a true god expert came, he wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, Fang Chen guessed that it wouldn't be a true god expert. After all, there were only a few dozen true gods in the entire divine world. The Southern Tomb Sword Palace only had a few. They didn't seem to care about the legend of the true dragon. Most likely, they would send their inner disciples to temper them. I'll hide in front of the sacred dragon mountain range and secretly spy on them. Fang Chen made his decision and left Zhu Fei's residence. He once more entered the 100,000 mountains and used the space-time book to hide near the sacred dragon mountain range. As long as the Southern Tomb Sword Palace's people came, he would be able to sense them. This wait lasted for half a month. Extreme South, Southern region. Scorching temperatures swept through the entire southern region. Practically all the people living here had comprehended the flame laws. The southern Tomb Sword Palace was located at the peak of the flaming mountain. Flames erupted there all year round, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. As one of the divine world's 7 peak powers, the southern Tomb Sword Palace's scale made people sigh in amazement. Today, countless heavenly gods were standing in the plaza of the inner palace. On the platform at the very front, a plain-clothed elder waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "You are all inner disciples of the southern Tomb Sword Palace. You are all outstanding heavenly gods. However, if you want to become a true god, you need an opportunity. This time, in the 100,000 Mountains Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, we've discovered that the treasure trove related to the legend of the true dragon is there." The plain-clothed elder paused for a moment before continuing, "You're here to fight for the treasure. This is because the true dragon's treasure trove contains an opportunity to step into the true divinity realm. As for whether or not you can grasp it, that will depend on yourselves." Elder Linen Yi's meaning was very clear: every disciple could fight for it. After entering the true dragon's treasure trove, they each fought for themselves. Actually, this was also the style of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. If they wanted to increase their strength, they had to pay the price. There were so many inner palace disciples, but only a few of them would become real gods in the future. Whoever could fight their way out of the crowd would become a disciple that the South Tomb Sword Palace would focus on nurturing. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the many inner palace disciples could not wait to head for the true dragon's treasure. Among these disciples, some of them were famous throughout the entire southernmost land. "You won, let's go." As soon as the plain-clothed elder gave the order, the mighty sky celestial troops left the South Tomb Sword Palace. Swoosh in the sky, wherever they passed, it was as if sharp swords were cutting through the sky. It was extremely shocking. Several days later, Fang Chen, who was resting on a tree, suddenly felt a terrifying sword chi attack him. "Have we finally arrived at the South Tomb Sword Palace?" Only the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace could feel the sharpness of the sword chi from 1,000 miles away. As expected of the holy land of sword cultivators, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Then, he concealed himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a moment, countless sky celestials arrived at the sacred Dragon Mountains. The leader was a peak sky celestial disciple. He frowned slightly and looked around. Then, he took out a dragon scale. That is. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the South Tomb Sword Palace to have a dragon scale. It was exactly the same as the dragon scale he had obtained. However, could a dragon scale open the treasure trove? Fang Chen still underestimated the strength of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The leader formed a complicated seal with his palms, and a strange aura shot up into the sky. Then, a trace of true dragon aura escaped from the dragon scale. A moment later, a void gate appeared on the dragon spine of the sacred Dragon Mountains. That is. Fang Chen was even more shocked. He originally thought that the South Tomb Sword Palace would not be a threat to him since they had sent some sky celestials over. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. As one of the 7 peak powers of the divine world, the South Tomb Sword Palace could not be underestimated. "I cannot underestimate my opponent," Fang Chen warned himself. Whoosh. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace swarmed into the void gate. Fang Chen waited for a long time before he quietly entered the void gate. Many sect in the northern region did not know what had happened in the sacred Dragon Mountains. You too. On this day, some surprising things happened in Zhu Fei's mansion. Zhu Fei's residence, a secret chamber. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and the others were guarding outside the secret chamber. Suddenly, they felt a tremor. Then, the red light in the secret chamber dissipated. "What's going on?" Little Mouse's expression changed. He wanted to enter the secret chamber to take a look, but he was shocked to find that the secret chamber could not be opened. There won't be any accidents, right? They knew that their sister-in-law was transforming, but they were still worried. Little Mouse immediately sent a sound transmission to his boss, but he was unable to contact him. "Boss, could it be that you've already entered the true dragon treasury?" Little Mouse frowned and said anxiously. Brother Mouse, what do we do? Xiao Huang asked. Wait, Little Mouse said with a resolute expression. Inside the secret chamber, Star and Moon, who was lying down, suddenly opened her eyes. Her body emitted a fiery red aura. The temperature suddenly rose to the extreme. Her eyes became incomparably red. Crash. However, the air that was still scorching hot a second ago suddenly became extremely cold in the next second. Just like this, the temperature changed back and forth. The aura of the phoenix on Star and Moon's body also gradually became stronger. Boom. Star and Moon's primordial spirit trembled within her mind. Her aura rapidly rose. After about a quarter of an hour, the aura of the phoenix around her instantly disappeared. The red light also disappeared shortly after. Star and Moon's eyes regained their calmness. Buzz. A large amount of information instantly appeared in her mind, including everything that happened on Lotus Mountain. When she learned that her master had poisoned her with one of the 8 great poisons of the God realm, the dark yin poison, her heart was in great pain. A teardrop rolled down from the corner of her eye. U3, she suddenly raised her palm and fiercely slapped her stomach. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the divine art you gave me. I'm returning it to you now. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, Star and Moon said coldly. After stabilizing her emotions, Star and Moon stood up, retracted her aura, and left the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, the extremely anxious Little Mouse was pacing back and forth. Suddenly, the secret chamber opened, and Star and Moon walked out. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Little Mouse hurriedly asked. Star and Moon nodded gently. As long as you're okay. We were worried to death. Where's Brother Chen? Star and Moon asked. Boss, Little Mouse stammered. However, Star and Moon's body suddenly trembled, and then Star and Moon's figure instantly disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little Mouse and the others wanted to chase after them, but found that Star and Moon had long disappeared without a trace. Sacred Dragon Mountains. On the dragon's spine, the void gate was faintly discernible and was about to collapse. Star and Moon, dressed in purple, appeared in front of the void gate. After arriving, she felt the power of the phoenix in her body pulsating even more. A true dragon? Star and Moon's eyes were cold as she stared at the void gate. True dragons and phoenixes were the top divine beasts in the god realm. However, a long time ago, the true dragon and phoenix had disappeared and become a legend. Star and Moon had sensed the true dragon's aura far away in Juefei's mansion, so she came here. 880 After the profound yin poison was cured, her potential was completely unleashed. Coupled with the partial awakening of the profound yin phoenix body, her cultivation had reached the heavenly god realm when she woke up. This was just the beginning. With the profound yin phoenix body, she was destined to have an extraordinary life. After sensing the true dragon's aura, the power of the phoenix in her body pulsated even faster. Star and Moon took a step forward and rushed into the void gate. She wanted to use the true dragon's aura to completely awaken the profound yin phoenix body. Chapter 1828. On the barren land, Fang Chen could feel a scorching aura. This was an independent space. At a glance, everything was lush and verdant. A true dragon once lived here. Fang Chen frowned and looked around. Fang Chen knew nothing about the true dragon's treasury. The only thing he knew was the legend of the true dragon that was passed down from the previous epoch. There was also the dragon scale in his hand. Who are you? Just as Fang Chen was about to take out the dragon scale, a figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Chen like a ghost. This person wore black clothes and emitted a terrifying sword aura. He was an inner disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace and one of the gods that entered the true dragon's treasury. I don't know you. You're not a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. This person's face was gloomy as he snapped. The true dragon's treasury had opened silently. Only the South Tomb Sword Palace knew about it. Moreover, an elder had mentioned it before. The only god that entered the true dragon's treasury was a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Then how did this person enter? This made the black-robed man puzzled. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the black-robed man. He smiled indifferently. This isn't your South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Why can't I enter? Mph, you dare to touch the South Tomb Sword Palace's treasury? I think you don't want to live anymore. After saying that, the black-robed man attacked. His body turned into a sharp sword and shot towards Fang Chen with a wild power. A sword cultivator? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the black-robed man's comprehension of the sword Dao was different from the outside world. I also want to see what's so outstanding about the gods of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Fang Chen sneered and took out the hidden star sword. Whoosh! He suddenly slashed out and the sky changed color. The vast power of the law of destruction instantly surged. You're courting death by competing in sword techniques with my South Tomb Sword Palace. The black-robed man who was attacking sneered. The South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 forces in the realm of the gods. As the gathering place of the strongest sword cultivators in the god realm, the disciples of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace were the least afraid of sword techniques. And this person was also a swordsman. There were also differences between sword cultivators. In an instant, the black-robed man's body rushed in front of Fang Chen. The blazing sword light quickly pierced towards Fang Chen. Crack! The 2 streaks of sword light collided with each other. Within the hidden star sword, an extremely terrifying power of the rules of destruction emerged. Then, it merged with the golden liquid and performed the ancient soul-refining ART's destruction sword move. The black-robed man was a divine overlord. He was too weak to be Fang Chen's opponent. Although he had a unique understanding of swordsmanship, he could not withstand the attack of the destruction sword move. Bang! The long sword in the black-robed man's hand was instantly cut in half. The surging sword light was also instantly shattered. His body was directly sent flying. Poochie heavily smashed onto the ground, the black-robed man spat out blood and his aura was weak. However, his face was filled with confusion. His swordsmanship. The black-robed man recalled the swordsmanship that Fang Chen had just performed in his mind. He was extremely shocked. Even the South Tomb Sword Palace's heaven-class divine skill would not be able to defeat such a swordsmanship. Too strong. The black-robed man's body trembled as a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Fang Chen smiled as he walked towards the black-robed man and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know about the true dragon's treasure." Faced with Fang Chen's strength, the black-clothed man was very frightened. Soon, he told Fang Chen everything that he knew. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. 4 true dragon sacred towers. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He was a little confused. That's right. This is all I know. The black-robed man bitterly said, I've already told you everything I know. You should keep your promise. Do you know what the differences between the 4 true dragon sacred towers are? Fang Chen continued to ask. The black-robed man shook his head. I also don't know the specifics. My position in the inner palace is very low. However, I vaguely heard from the elders that the 4 true dragon sacred towers might contain true dragon blood. The reason why our South Tomb Sword Palace's disciples have entered the true dragon's treasure is precisely for the true dragon blood. Fang Chen was startled. True dragon blood was something that only existed in legends. It was said that it could allow heavenly gods to touch upon the legendary realm of true gods. True dragon blood? Of course, that's only a guess. The 4 true dragon sacred towers are located in 4 different regions of the true dragon's treasure. No one knows what's inside, said the black-robed man. Then do you know where the 4 true dragon sacred towers are? Asked Fang Chen. Since he had entered the true dragon's treasure, he had to take a look at the true dragon sacred towers. The black-robed man said, I also don't know. You're lying. Reprimanded Fang Chen with a gloomy expression. The black-robed man immediately panicked. With the dragon scale, you can sense the existence of the true dragon sacred towers. The dragon scale is on senior apprentice brother's body. Fang Chen thought back to the sacred dragon mountain range. One of the heavenly gods had taken out the dragon scale to open the true dragon's treasure. In the end, Fang Chen had still released him. Firstly, he was too weak and couldn't pose any threat to him. Secondly, if possible, he didn't want to become enemies with the South Tomb Sword Palace. After all, They were one of the strongest peak powers in the divine world. Their foundation was so deep that he couldn't resist them. If he angered the South Tomb Sword Palace, even the Heavenly Sword God King wouldn't be able to save him. Fang Chen brought the dragon scale with him as he rapidly moved. According to the black-robed man, as long as he released the dragon scale's aura, he would be able to sense the true dragon's sacred towers. The strongest person who had entered the true dragon's treasure was only a heavenly god. It could be said that Fang Chen, who had the Book of Time and Space, was already in an invincible position. He didn't hide the dragon scale's aura and began to search for the true dragon's sacred towers. The black-robed man, who had just survived a calamity, was terrified and quickly fled. Half a day later, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of him, there was a beautiful woman in purple. So beautiful. The black-robed man had never seen such a beautiful woman. She had a faint cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away. The black-robed man licked his dry lips, then chuckled and approached the purple-robed woman. Star and Moon had just entered the true dragon's treasure when they felt the true dragon's aura rejecting them. The true dragon and true phoenix were enemies and friends. Their auras were polar opposites and repelled each other. Buzz. The true dragon's aura in the air enveloped Star and Moon's body and repelled Star and Moon. Damn it. Star and Moon cursed inwardly, then began to circulate the last bit of phoenix power in her body. In an instant, the true dragon's aura that was repelling her disappeared without a trace. At this time, the black-robed man just happened to approach. Star and Moon frowned. She didn't like the way the black-robed man looked at her. It was very greedy. Greedy people are no good. Crack. Star and Moon's body emitted a cold aura. She suddenly struck the black-robed man with her palm. The latter was injured in the battle with Fang Chen. How could he resist Star and Moon's attack? He died in an instant. Star and Moon withdrew her palm and closed her eyes. Phoenix power surged as she seemed to be checking something. A moment later, Star and Moon opened her beautiful eyes and said softly, "There are 4 places where the true dragon's aura is particularly dense." She had the mysterious yin phoenix body and was very sensitive to the true dragon's aura. According to her guess, these 4 places with dense true dragon's aura should be the core of the true dragon's treasure. Although the true dragon's aura in these 4 places is very dense, there are still differences in strength. Star and Moon's eyes locked in a certain direction as she muttered to herself. Then, her purple robes fluttered and her figure quickly disappeared in that direction. CCC Pavilion. Star and Moon went to the place with the hottest true dragon's aura among the 4 true dragon sacred towers. Roar. An intimidating dragon roar sounded from within the true dragon's treasure. All the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace raised their heads in surprise. What happened? Did we trigger the true dragon's anger? Chapter 1829. The 4 true dragon sacred towers were located in 4 different regions of the true dragon treasury. Fang Chen used the dragon scale to sense one of them. While flying in the sky, Fang Chen suddenly felt a tremor. A strong true dragon aura suddenly surged in front of him and instantly suppressed Fang Chen, causing the latter's body to land on the ground. True dragon aura? Fang Chen was shocked. He stabilized his body and stared at the huge mountain range in front of him. That is, after taking a closer look, he was even more shocked. At first glance, it was just an ordinary mountain range. But if one looked carefully, they would realize that it was not a mountain range. It was not a mountain range at all. Instead, it was like a real dragon lying on the ground, coiling and twisting. The body of a true dragon? Fang Chen's figure flickered and arrived in front of the mountain range in a moment. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. It's not the body of a true dragon, but it can emit the aura of a true dragon. The true dragon sacred tower should be here. Fang Chen thought. If he guessed correctly, this twisting mountain range should be called the Dragon Vein. Could it be that a true dragon really cultivated here? Fang Chen was a little doubtful. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Step by step, he walked towards the twisting mountain range. An extremely hot aura came from the soles of his feet. So hot. Fang Chen said. His gaze fell on the Dragon Vein as he carefully observed it. At this moment, The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, as if it had discovered something. Okay. The golden heart was guiding Fang Chen. Seeing this, the latter was overjoyed. Quickly following the golden heart's guidance, Fang Chen entered the lush mountain range. The deeper he went into the dragon vein, the more he could feel the hot aura of a true dragon. The golden heart became more and more active as it continued to beat. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen quickly discovered the existence of the true dragon sacred tower. In the depths of the dragon vein, there was a golden tower. This tower was very spectacular, and from the outside, it gave people a shocking feeling. The golden tower was faintly discernible, as if it could disappear at any time. Before Fang Chen had arrived, some disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already arrived. They stood in front of the true dragon sacred tower and looked down at it with eyes filled with madness. True dragon sacred tower. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He did not expect to find the true dragon sacred tower so easily. He scanned the area with his consciousness and discovered that the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were not that strong. Looks like there shouldn't be any true dragon blood in this true dragon sacred tower, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He vaguely remembered that the first senior brother of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace possessed dragon scales. The fact that he wasn't here meant that the true dragon sacred tower wasn't worth his attention. The only explanation was that there was no true dragon blood here. However, since he was already here, Fang Chen didn't want to make a wasted trip. Within the spatial ring, the dragon scale emitted a faint dragon cry. Only Fang Chen could hear it. Let's observe the situation first, Fang Chen said to himself. Shortly after, he prepared to blend into the crowd to scout the situation. However, at this moment, a deafening dragon cry came from the true dragon sacred tower. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was drawn over. Is the true dragon sacred tower opening? Someone shouted. Look, the true dragon sacred tower is opening. The crowd cheered. The layer of gold around the true dragon sacred tower was gradually fading away. This also meant that the true dragon sacred tower was gradually opening. Whoosh, whoosh. In a short moment, the true dragon sacred tower had completely opened. Charge. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace swarmed into the true dragon sacred tower. Fang Chen stood alone in front of the true dragon sacred tower. He opened his hand and a dragon scale appeared in his palm. At this moment, the dragon scale had undergone a slight change. A touch of gold flashed across its body. Just what kind of legend is inside the true dragon sacred tower? Fang Chen pondered for a moment before entering the true dragon sacred tower. Buzz. As soon as he entered the true dragon sacred tower, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Welcome to the true dragon sacred tower. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then the voice continued, the true dragon sacred tower was personally built by the master. There are a total of 4 sacred towers. Each sacred tower contains a treasure. Only by obtaining the treasure can you obtain the true dragon blood. If you can gather all 4 treasures, you will definitely obtain the true dragon blood. The true dragon blood was the key to becoming a true god. This time, the South Tomb Sword Palace had sent a large number of disciples into the true dragon treasury to create an opportunity for them to become a true god. Now that they heard this voice, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace went completely crazy. I must obtain the treasure. In the crowd, everyone clenched their fists as their eyes flashed. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He looked into his mind and observed the large amount of information that was pouring into it. After a moment, Fang Chen took a deep breath. This information basically recorded the great deeds of the true dragon when it was alive. Sure enough, as expected. Fang Chen said inwardly, the true dragon was an expert from the previous era. According to the information, the true dragon's strength had reached the pinnacle in the previous era. Although it was only an ordinary true god, it could fight against a god emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that the true dragon was an unparalleled expert that influenced an era. Too strong. Just by looking at this information, Fang Chen could feel the true dragon's strength. The heavenly sword God King's potential was recognized in the divine realm. He had just stepped into the God King realm and was already able to fight against the Rain Emperor, who was a god emperor. From this, one could see how strong the heavenly sword God King was. However, compared to the true dragon, the gap between the heavenly sword God King and the true dragon was huge. The true dragon was able to defeat a god emperor with his God King realm cultivation. It was truly shocking. What's the use of this information? Fang Chen frowned. He did not understand why the true dragon left behind this inheritance. Right at this moment, the voice rang out once more. This true dragon sacred tower has a total of 136 levels. If you successfully enter the 119 levels, you will have the qualifications to compete for the treasures within the true dragon sacred tower. If you can enter the 127th level, you will directly obtain the treasure. 127th level. Fang Chen frowned. Fang Chen guessed that this voice should be the true dragon sacred tower's spirit. Just as he was thinking, the South Tomb Sword Palace's disciples impatiently charged into the true dragon sacred tower. Fang Chen was not in a rush. Instead, he carefully observed this level. Buzz. The dragon scale let out a dragon roar. Immediately, the atmosphere within the true dragon sacred tower became heavy. Whoosh. Just as Fang Chen was carefully examining the dragon scale, a figure suddenly appeared. Who are you? Fang Chen's expression was grave as he hastily asked. I am the true dragon sacred tower's spirit. Since you have obtained the dragon scale, you can obtain some corresponding authority, said the tower spirit directly. Oh. Fang Chen was a bit surprised to see the dragon scale in his hand. Whoosh. The tower spirit waved its hand, and the dragon scale in Fang Chen's hand was immediately sucked away. Senior tower spirit, is this dragon scale from a true dragon? Asked Fang Chen. The tower spirit sneered. If this dragon scale was from Master's body, would you be able to endure its aura? Fang Chen was startled, but then he nodded. A true dragon was an expert that could contend against a god emperor. Its power was unimaginable. This is just a dragon scale that Master casually carved out when he was bored. Back then, Master carved out a total of 4 dragon scales, and they are scattered in every corner of the divine world. As long as someone can obtain a dragon scale, as long as they enter the true dragon sacred tower, they will obtain a corresponding benefit. What benefit? Fang Chen's eyes brightened. The tower spirit didn't answer. Instead, it asked, do you know what the 136th level of the true dragon sacred tower tests? Strength? Asked Fang Chen. The tower spirit shook its head. The true dragon sacred tower is something Master spent his entire life refining. What it tests is the most basic comprehension of the martial path. The most basic comprehension? That's right. Master once said that the martial path is vast and boundless. Everyone's understanding of the martial path is different. Furthermore, the same person's comprehension of the martial path at different stages is completely different. Master has always believed that in order to pursue the peak of the martial path, you must maintain an incomparably resolute heart. So the true dragon sacred tower is actually a spatial treasure that tempers a cultivator's comprehension of the martial path.